nicht so tragisch.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Depending from where you are sitting, from where are you joining us. Welcome to all of you, presenters and viewers. Thank you for accepting the invitation. You may be surprised when you first saw the title of the conference, which links sustainability with joy and satisfaction. Very often, sustainability is linked or associated with obligations, with environmental needs, and therefore usually with sacrifice and deprivation. But this change of perspective towards joy and satisfaction is at the heart of the message of the Jena Declaration. Before I say a few words about it and the program of our conference with its special focus, I would like to introduce Dr. Martin Repol, who's sitting next to me. Dr. Repol is the project coordinator of the Jena Declaration. He recently completed his doctorate in sociology on a topic that is also very important to the Jena Declaration and its perspective on specific types of world relations in specific social circumstances. He started his position last autumn and has been doing an excellent job since. Thank you very much, Martin, for co-organizing with me this conference, and I give you the word for just some words about yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also a good morning and a good day from my side, and a very warm welcome to all referees and participants joining us today for the Jena Declaration Conference. My name is Martin Repol and I'm the new project coordinator, and it's a pleasure for me to have you all with us today. The whole day is dedicated to the question of how sustainability can be a source of a joyful and satisfied life. We will hear a lot of interesting experiences from our project partners in Asia, and also some scientific insights on rethinking sustainability as a source of joy. Before we start, I just have a very short announcement. In case you need a certificate of participation.
Who is joining us from New Mexico at 2 o'clock in the morning for her time, so very, very early in the morning for her. Good morning, Joanne. I will turn to you back in a few minutes. First, I would like to say a few words about the conceptual background of this conference and the Jena Declaration. Linking sustainability directly to joy and satisfaction requires a new starting point. In fact, it involves two radical paradigm shifts, or in other words, two radical shifts in sustainability strategy. So far, sustainability policies have been addressed primarily based on international agreements, such as the SDGs. This implies that experts from different countries have agreed on the content and the policy, how it should be implemented. This further implies two things. A, the content addressed will be the same for all countries. And B, that it will be demanded by government ministries from all citizens. This makes it very difficult to reach and convince the real drivers of social change, and that are the everyday people around the planet. As a result, the pace and change is too slow and not deep enough, very often even accompanied by resistance, sometimes quite violent. The Jena Declaration proposes exactly the opposite. We want to involve everyday people, the citizens of the planet, from the very beginning. And this by giving concerned citizens the opportunity to express their views and suggestions. We want to stimulate this process and initiate a broad global process from the bottom up. In short, we want to strengthen bottom-up processes and not wait for the unlikely success of top-down strategies. The second characteristic of the dominant strategies is their environmental orientation. Instead of understanding nature as our environment, the Jena Declaration starts from the premise that we, with our body, are part of nature. Therefore, nature is not our environment. It's the world of which we are part ourselves. We don't want to protect the environment. We want to protect ourselves to make healthy life forms possible for all and everyone. And the way we share nature depends on our cultural background in which we are embedded, and all our activities are embedded. Consequently, culture must be the starting point for all sustainability policies and research. This is because we first need to know how the actors concerned see their situation themselves in a global perspective. Cultural values are of fundamental importance here. They guide people's everyday activities and the meaning they attach to the elements of their life situation, including our natural basis. How we do things, how we are doing things, depends very much on that, what they mean to us, how we see the world and our place in it. So that's very crucial for all kinds of sustainability policies and research. If we want to change now problematic ways of doing things, then we first need to understand their cultural embeddedness. From there we can aim to develop a culture of sustainability that needs to be connected to the pre-given everyday culture and not alien to it. From there, the Jena Declaration postulates the second call for a paradigm shift, a reorientation of sustainability policies and research. The currently dominant logic from nature to culture, from the environment to the society, or ways of living must be reversed, from culture to nature. We therefore need different strategies for different cultural worlds. That's why we have appointed specific ambassadors for different parts of the world. I would like to give the HED ambassador from Asia, Anand Raju from India, the opportunity to say a few words of how he sees his role in spreading the HED messages in Asia. Anand, are you there, please? Or maybe he will join us later. Okay, we will then listen to him towards the end of the conference when we have the different ambassadors reporting their activities. No problem. Living sustainably with joy and satisfaction is therefore the key message of the Jena Declaration. It calls for concerned citizens to join hands, become communities of like-minded people. This calls for creativity and new aesthetics, a new aesthetic that changes the notions of a successful life. So far, success has been linked to material wealth, with an exorbitant use of resources by a chosen few, often undermining the possibility of a healthy way of life for all. To develop ways of doing this, we need a lot of creativity and not so much pressure. This could and should be the prominent role of the arts and of all creative citizens to create or design new, joyful and satisfying ways of living. I hope that this conference can help to build support for a global movement in that direction. So far, we have achieved the support of about 2,700 signatories, as you can see in the slide that will be presented right now. And with about 250 institutional supporters and soon 60 project partners, several are just in the making. As you can see on the second slide, it's a small movement so far, but it's already a global movement. The supporters cover all continents, in fact, 105 countries so far. Hopefully, a little faster. With this small but widespread seed, we can grow, and we can grow globally. Hopefully, a little bit faster.
Academy of Art and Science, which is one of the founders of the Jena Declaration. And I'm very pleased to be here to speak with you about the living sustainability with joy and satisfaction. I'm very pleased to be here for this conference on living sustainably with joy and satisfaction. A few words about the organization I represent. The World Academy of Art and Science was founded in 1960 by eminent intellectuals such as Albert Einstein and Bertrand Russell, who were concerned about the course of human development and the challenges that humanity faces as it evolves further and further to higher levels of development. That was in 1960. Today, some 65 years later, we still see, in spite of all our progress in technology, in economic development, and so forth, we still find that humanity of turbulence, insecurity, uncertainty that we're experiencing today seem to suggest that we're not on the right course. Something is missing. There's some lack of balance in our relationships with ourselves, with the rest of humanity, and with the planet we live on. We can say then that the course of our current course of action is really not sustainable. We need to find and restore balance. We need to restore harmony not only with nature, but with ourselves and with each other. The World Academy's been working in recent years with the United Nations Trust Fund on Human Security on a project to try to look at how do we restore that balance? How do we restore a development paradigm that fully addresses basic human needs? Our need for food, for health, for freedom, for human rights, for economic development, employment opportunities, but equally our harmony with nature, our security, ecological security that tells us that we're in balance not only with ourselves and each other, but with the planet. The human security approach is a personalized, humanized approach to trying to help us restore that balance to human development. 193 countries came together and created what it became known as Agenda 2030, an unprecedented act in the history of humanity, where all the countries of the world came and agreed on a pathway, a plan for the future development of our people and our planet. And that led to the formulation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 169 targets that the whole world unanimously adopted and agreed to work for. Whether we're talking about human security, which is at the micro level of what's affecting us as individuals, or we're talking about sustainable development of the 17 SDGs, which is at the macro level of humanity as a whole, whichever way we talk, essentially the essential ingredients and necessities are the same. One is personal, the other is universal. And now we come to the topic, the unique topic of this conference, which is the relationship between joy and sustainability. A very interesting choice, because we can ask ourselves, what does our joy as individuals have, to do with our harmony and sustainability of life on the planet. And there's no apparent connection, but I would say the connection is very real. Peace is the foundation for security. Security is the basis for harmony. Harmony is the basis for well-being and joy. I'm an American. I came to India some 53 years ago, in spite of having grown up in a very prosperous, comfortable community in California. I learned at an early age that wealth, production, prosperity itself is no guarantee of happiness. In fact, very often the more wealth and prosperity we develop, the more problems we seem to be having psychologically. I'm also a student of psychology, and I studied psychology because I wanted to learn more about myself, more about the secrets of happiness, the keys to happiness. Unfortunately, I wasn't satisfied with what I learned, and so after going to medical school for a while, I dropped out and came to India in search of secrets or answers that I hadn't found in my youth. And I've learned a lot since then about the secret of joyous living, based on the rich Indian spiritual tradition. I remember early in my coming, I had worked on an agricultural project for a while, and I saw children, young children, the age around 12, 14, 15, getting up at 5 in the morning, going out into the field to pick flowers for harvest, and rushing and dancing through the field, laughing and joking with each other and competing to see who could get the most flowers. I wondered that there could be so much joy, enjoyment, among those who had so little. They barely had clothes to wear at that time. It's interesting to reflect now that 50 years later, this same place which I went to is one of the most prosperous villages in South India. Their joy in life, their expression in life, was conducive to a growing and development of prosperity, which was conducive to harmony, to their personal harmony. So 50 years has taught me a lot. I've learned something too here of a profound wisdom about human psychology. I learned things that I never was told or read when I was studying psychology. That if you really want to be joyous, don't judge other people. Because when we judge other people, we look at them from our point of view, from our basis, from our cultural context, from our set of preferences, and find that most other people don't live up to our expectations. Not only don't judge them, but don't complain about them. I once addressed an audience of mostly middle-aged married couples, and especially women, and I asked them, how many of you have found that complaining about your spouse or complaining to your spouse over the last 30 years of marriage has really made you happier people? And the unanimous consensus was that complaining doesn't help change other people. If we want to change other people, we should change ourselves. I learned the spiritual value of self-giving, generosity, and goodwill, and the yogic value of not reacting, not allowing ourselves to be disturbed by what meets us from life. I studied the works of a great Indian yogi, Sri Aurobindo, and his consort, the mother from France. The real secret to joy in living is to smile at life, is not to react, is to meet what comes to us from life with equanimity. And that the more we do that, the more life changes in the way it responds to us. I learned that what comes to us from life comes for one reason. It comes to help us grow. It comes to make us more conscious, to discover and develop more. And when we meet the challenges of life in that way, not with bitterness or resentment or jealousy of what other people have, I've found that life more and more turns around to be a great boon for us, a great support for us, a great teacher for us, to help touch us and show us where we can make a progress, to be not only happier, but to live in a way of life and a path of life that's more sustainable. About 25 years ago, my wife founded a school in Pondicherry, where I'm living now, where the emphasis we placed from the very beginning was on education should be an enjoyable experience for children. Education is based on freedom and patience. It has to do with the challenge of sustainability. Because unless we have it has to do with the challenge of sustainability. Because unless we have a sustainable harmony within ourselves and a sustainable harmony with the people around us, we certainly won't have it with nature. Now we're out of balance with nature, and we're out of balance and out of contact with ourselves generally. Appreciation and gratitude for the rich abundance of nature is a good starting point. I have to disagree with those great entrepreneurs who think that the answer is to build transports to Mars, and as if we're going to do better on Mars than we do on Earth, a place which doesn't have oxygen, which doesn't have water, which doesn't have any of the fertile wonders that we have on Earth. Our problem is not the planet we're living on. Our problem is the way we're living. The Jena Declaration is an initiative aimed to catalyze a movement that will help us restore our balance and harmony with nature, and our harmony and balance with ourselves and one another. I'm very happy to be involved with this project. I'm very pleased to be at this conference, and I wish you all a great success in finding the secrets for a joyous and sustainable living in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gary. We couldn't be live with us, but thank you for this wonderful welcome address to our meeting. Is Joanne now ready to take over? Joanne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I just had trouble unmuting. Thank you.
Oh, okay, okay. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, a very early morning here, and a very warm welcome to all, especially our speakers this morning. I just want to introduce myself for 2 seconds. You might be wondering why I'm going to speak here. I'm a retired principal research scientist and professor of political science at MIT, and my expertise is in sustainability science. That is promoting transdisciplinary and open participatory research and scholarship on complex sustainability issues like climate change and biodiversity and the things that we'll be talking about today. And the reason that I mention this background is to talk a little bit about the transfer, the growth that we've seen in exploring these issues of sustainability that have moved us from rather strict scholarship and academic silos into a much broader field, the kind that Gary has talked about and that Professor Werlin introduced us to in the very beginning. So this work began more than, I would say, a quarter century ago in partnership with 3 major universities, research universities that I was affiliated with, MIT, the Swiss Federal Institutes of Technology, and the University of Tokyo, that formed a global alliance to work on these issues in research. And that grew out. That research was very difficult to launch back in those days and to work broadly across disciplines in a transdisciplinary way. And that is how I became acquainted with the work of Professor Werlin and the development of the Jena Declaration. Actually, even before that, in 2020, when we were developing a concept paper that laid the foundation for this declaration. At the 2020 conference, that was a conference on humanities and social sciences for sustainability. So it's growing out now. What I'm personally excited about with respect to our conference today is its inherent recognition that the kind of issues that we are talking about and moving forward to sustainable life on this planet require knowledge that goes way beyond academic scholarship. We are talking here about the fundamental interconnectedness between people and nature, as the previous 2 speakers have mentioned, about love and faith. And this expanded version or definition of knowledge is not going to make it to the table in developing policies without very deep understanding of the cultural dimensions that bring us here. So today, what better organization to help us reflect on that than reconnecting with your culture? And I'm going to turn this over soon to Olympia Nivio, the president of RWIC, to lead us in that discussion. But I have to say in advance that just reading the titles of your presentations and the abstracts brings joy, which is a much needed ingredient to our concerns that we're discussing about today, but one that's often forgot. Joy is necessary to achieve the consciousness and the mindfulness that will bring about the cultural shifts we all know are necessary to address the issues that impede attainment of the SDGs. So this is where all of these elements come together. Now, you're not here to listen to me, and I'm eager as well to learn from our joint conferees from RWIC. So without further comment, let me turn this over to Olympia, and so that we have enough time for all of their presentations. She is a professor of architectural restoration and cultural heritage and the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Pavia, Italy. She served as advisor on a number of cultural boards and World Heritage administrations. She's the founding president, as I understand it, and director of Reconnecting with Your Culture, which is this international project for schools around the world in collaboration with UNESCO University and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy. I think that I'll now just turn it over to Olivia, and if you would start this great discussion that we are all very much looking forward to. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for your introduction. Thank you so much to introduce myself. I am a professor in July 2020, and this year we celebrate the Roman period. The concept of culture has been very important, and specifically culture was the philosophy of cultivation of the soul. The word culture derived from the Latin verb colo or colere, meaning the grow, nurture, and especially cultivate. These meanings help us to understand that we must cultivate the actual and the next generation, and every day, as the farmers plow the land, we must commit ourselves to generating and regenerating knowledge of the past to improve the present and build a good future. So, how we can do all this? Reconnecting with Your Culture is an interdisciplinary program that put in connection many skills and many disciplines. The interdisciplinarity of these programs allows us to connect the cultures and valorize the local cultures, and at the same time to promote the dialogue among cultures. Reconnecting with Your Culture is active in 4 countries, and every country, with the support of the national committee, develops the program in relationship with the local needs and the local culture values. The aims of the Reconnecting with Your Culture in dialogue with the Jena Declaration allows us to understand very well the means of the sustainability, where the culture and where the culture and the social dimension require the leadership of the academic and research organization, because we must put education topic at the center in dialogue also with the Agenda 2030. With a specific focus on Asia, in this last year, we have realized many projects and activities from Lebanon to India to Indonesia to Japan. And in this last country, from 2021, we are working very much to realize an intercontinental exhibition titled Angles, Drawings, Picture. And now let me share with us a short video with this experience that synthesize our project in Asia in dialogue with the needs around the world. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And after this video, I am very happy to introduce my friend of Reconnecting with Your Culture in Asia, that we are sharing our experience in different sites in Asia. Please, we continue with our video. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now I introduce my friends from Asia, because now we can share our experience, and we know with you our experience in above all in India and Indonesia. Thank you so much. Please, Mira.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Olympia, for the introduction. Let me introduce myself first. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Thank you very much for Professor Bedowerle, Professor Olympia, Professor Rana, and all distinguished guests. I'm truly honored to be here today at the Jena conference, surrounded by such a passionate and diverse community of thinkers, creators, and also change makers. My name is Mira Sartika. I'm from Indonesia. representing Reconnecting with Your Culture Indonesia and the Chakra Cultural Foundation. My education background is ancient history and also cultural geneticists. For us, sustainability is a joyful journey, deeply rooted in culture, community, and tradition. Through creative workshop with children, in collaboration with Reconnecting with Your Culture International, we see how reconnecting with local wisdom brings both happiness and lasting impacts. Like Professor Benno Werlen noted, culture must be the starting point of the sustainability. That's all we do. Let's continue to celebrate sustainability not just as a goal, but as a joyful way of life. I will start my short presentation about how our foundation embrace joyful sustainability through culture. If everyone don't mind, I will share my presentation. Or I just can read it. I'm actually very happy to be here together with all the passionate and the culture become the main point of the sustainability. This is my presentation. I will begin a little bit sharing about our works and also our activities to all the participants in here. Embrace joyful sustainability through culture is based on
I suppose we have a problem with the connection.
Okay.
Internet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me not share the presentation. I will read it, the presentation. Just a minute. Chakra culture. I will be here also with my children, ambassador of culture, and he will talk to us about the experience involving in the culture workshop with Reconnecting with Your Culture, and also cultural mission to Italy last year with Professor Olympia. So I will read it. The Chakra Culture Foundation is a foundation that focuses on culture research, education, and workshop dedicated to integrating local wisdom, cultural resilience, and environmental sustainability through joyful and purposeful action. Aligned with the vision of the Jena Declaration, our programs celebrate the synergy between culture heritage, ecological responsibility, fostering self-efficacy, pride, and collective well-being. Through initiatives such as traditional knowledge revitalization, community-led sustainability project like with Professor Olympia Niglio, and intergenerational knowledge exchange, we empower communities to embrace sustainability as an enriching and joyful practice. By leveraging culture values and indigenous tradition, Chakra Cultural Foundation demonstrates that sustainability is not a burden, but a source of harmony, vitality, and shared purpose, essentially for addressing contemporary global challenges. In collaboration with Reconnecting with Your Culture International, we create various joyful workshops. The children is very happy with our workshop for children designed to reconnect with their cultural roots through creative, inclusive, and inspiring activities that promote sustainable living, such intergenerational dialogue. Indigenous tradition and cultural wisdom contain time-tested solutions for environmental stewardship, health, and social harmony. However, these invaluable assets often remain underutilized in the modern scientific and policy-making discourse. Chakra Culture Foundation aims to bridge this gap by transforming local knowledge into a foundation for scientific advancement and global sustainability models. Through rigorous research, documentation, and collaboration with academic and policy institutions, We ensure that traditional knowledge is not only preserved, but also adapted and integrated into contemporary solutions. This approach strengthens cultural resilience while contributing to truly harmonious, sustainable future for all. Our activities actually cultural research, transforming local knowledge, and we collaborated with Professor Rana several times, published several paper also. Our paper progress report of reconnect intergenerational dialogue in preserving local culture in Indonesia, meet architecture and rights, the concept on conservation of the Tridanu area in Bali or the contemporary struggle. Also, the third paper is about My House, My Culture, the importance of traditional house in creating cities and communities for future generation. Understanding the symbolic sign, temple architecture encompasses the current master plan of the development of Bali, Indonesia. The last is the rite of passage, impregnable of behavioral epigenetic in strengthening personal healthiness, spiritual and cultural values. We prove that the cultural also can enrich scientific research to find the rich solution. Our cultural workshop with Reconnecting with the Culture International also has been held since 2021. The culture workshop in Indonesia organized by us and aim to engage age 5 to 20 years old in preserving and promoting Indonesia rich culture. We already held about 10 workshops and then share also with the Reconnecting with Your Culture network in the world. And also the last year exactly, we bring our children in offline, face-to-face to Italy to see and share our culture together with the Professor Olympia in Lucca and in Rome. And we also attend the World Children's Day in Olympic Stadium together with the late Pope Francis. So with his late, actually, we also all cry. The all ambassador of culture also very sad, rest in peace for the Pope, because when we see him at the time, we all crying in the Olympic Stadium because it's a very magical moment for us. So this is what we do to really implement culture, how culture embrace and ignite to the young generation. Then thank you for Professor Olympia and all the Reconnecting with Your Culture networks for the opportunity for us to Indonesia to show and share and also exchange our culture together. Now, before I end my presentation, I will ask to join with me one of the ambassador of culture from Indonesia. He is the Ryu. Hello, Ryu. Can you explain to all? Yes, Ryu is one of the ambassador of culture. They inviting or together with us go to Italy and also involved in several workshops in Indonesia. Please, Rio, can you tell us about the Reconnecting with Your Culture in Indonesia and how your experience, direct experience to go to Italy and share your culture? Please, Rio, and say hello to all the audience first, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rio Gazi Pramuji. I am currently, as you can see, inside a train. I'm going home from school. I'm sorry about that. I think I'm gonna get off of this train first so I can talk more clearly.
Okay. I'm really sorry for everyone because Rio is still come back from his school and I asked him to join us.
It's okay,
Rio, please.
Miss Mira. First of all, I wanna thank you to Miss Olympia too for bringing me here, for giving me a chance to talk about my experience in Italy. Yeah, and I want to thank you to Miss Mira and all of the audience too. Thank you, everyone. Okay, first of all, when I got to Italy, I was shocked because the culture here and there is different. Where it's cold. First of all, the weather is cold there. I was shocked, and it's clean. I mean, the sky is blue and everything is great. Okay, And then we first go to Luka by using the train. We use the high-speed train and then the commuter line. And then when we got off there, it was midnight. So it was very cold. I didn't expect it to be that cold. So we walked, and I was surprised because the buildings were, how should I say it? It's got a old look to it.
Classic.
Here in Jakarta, it's very modern. There's like zero old buildings here. So I was shocked about that. And then when it was the next day, we went around, we walked around, and all I see everywhere is churches or cathedrals. Yeah, big cathedrals. I was shocked and amazed because it was very cool. The design, the size, it was very cool to me, and I guess it was very cool to the other people that were with me. And then after we go around, we are just exploring the place. We meet a pastor, father, or what was it? Miss
Can you
Mira, I
share?
forgot.
Can you share about your performance in the theater?
Oh yeah.
Your performance in
Uh,
theaters to
Oh
meet
yeah.
the culture done in Italy also.
Yeah, we were invited to perform and present our cultures from Indonesia inside the theater. For me, I was presenting the batik, the motif batik, and my friend is presenting the dance,
Indonesian
then
dance. Yeah.
the Indonesian dance, the Indonesian music. What is it? Suling. It's a musical component. Yes. There was many people there, and it was mainly school children. Yeah, I think they from the south. They were amazed because we told them we have many languages here. It's not just one. It's many. They were amazed from the sound of it. After that, we go to Rome. In Rome, we go to the World Children's Day to meet the late Pope and see the other children from other countries. I got there a little bit late, but I can still see the late Pope, and I was amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, it's him!" I was kind of tearing up. Yeah, even though my religion is different, but it's still great to see one of the most important people.
Yeah,
And
Rio.
then
Thank you very much, Rio.
yeah,
What else? What
that's
else
all.
you remember? That's about reconnecting with your culture. So you satisfied with our program with Professor Olympia Niglio?
I was very satisfied.
Yes.
Very,
Should this
very.
continue to all Indonesian children around the world? This program?
I think it should not just be Indonesian children. It should be all children. Everyone
Yes,
needs to see different cultures.
exactly.
That's the point of RWYC, is to connect the cultures together so we know each
Yes.
other. We don't
Thank you,
have
Rio.
to, yeah, that's all from me, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Rio. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Rio. We continue. Thank you to Professor Olympia for this opportunity, right? We continue this journey. Okay, thank you, Rio. And safely back home, right?
Yeah.
Okay, before I finish my
Thank you, Miss.
presentation, I just want to say something. When we root our future in tradition, sustainability becomes a celebration. Embracing culture means embracing joy, identity, and a way of living that honors the earth and each other. Let's grow together, joyful, sustainably, and with heart. That's all from Reconnecting with Your Culture Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much for all the distinguished guests. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mira. This your travel in Italy was an important opportunity to share many traditions and values, cultural values. Thank you so much. And now I introduce our friend Rana, Professor Rana Singh from India, because also in India we realized many interesting experience with many schools from Varanasi and New Delhi. And please, Rana.
Let me share my slides. Okay, thank you. Mile. I want to share my screen. Let me see where it is. Share. And that. Zoom. Up. Not coming, something wrong. Stop here. Can you see my slides? No, I don't think.
Yes, but put your in presentation.
You can see the slides?
Yes.
And you can listen me?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome to everybody. And also, what we say in our Indian terminology, it is something wrong. It is suddenly changed. So, namaste to everybody, and okay, so it has something technical here and there, vibration. So leave that, no big deal. Let me proceed with. Already, this is the perspective we have planned, and thanks to Olympia to selecting these 3 persons and then coordination, etc. The whole theme already highlighted. I will just give you only the examples. Our mission is just to say education for life. It is nothing like only in a time frame. Education through life. You have to learn what just now we have discussed: happiness, spirituality, and awakening harmonies. So that was the whole. This is the main motto. What is on the RWIC, and Olympia has already explained this. We have also collaboration with here is Jena Foundation, also collaboration with all these cultural things since last about 5-6 years. So that was the approach. Here is that only the example I am emphasizing, giving example. This we have got this our MOU in 2021. So now it is going to be about 5 years, and we are preparing very detailed report with analytical and qualitative perspective, and that will be part of a research paper, etc. What are the 2 things very important in such schools? This is a typical school in Varanasi, in the holy city, which is called of Hindus, but this is a Christian school. But through Christianity, dealing everybody, serving everybody, interacting everybody. This is the uniqueness of this particular school. This is up to 10th grade. So you start from the 1st grade up to 10th grade, and this is mixed type, male, female, both type of students are there. So what is the main thing? What they say, to understand locality, then only you can understand universality. And that's why they have the main theme, local culture. Whatever courses defined by the government or institution, that's okay. Every lesson and every part of that lesson that has something practical. Students are free, they give a little bit tips, they go in the field, they manage, they do those things. And then just like writing a diary or maybe sometimes poetry, maybe some sketches and sometimes a short essay, they write down just to have the memory in a good sense. This is the way, what they call it, unity of knowledge. So here is that principal who has devoted whole life for this. Since childhood, she was linked to this family, and now she is the principal of the school. So what they are doing under RWYC program is specific intercultural seminars that is going on every month with the collaboration of the local institution. That is part they're dealing with since last maybe 15, 20 years. Special training for educators and students together involving in different activities. I will show you the program. If some neighborhood is quite dirty, let us feel that this is mine. The sense of belongingness. Go there with the teacher also. Teacher will guide. They will go and clean the area. So that is the way together this is going on. With the seminar, just other side, complete different type of educational system. Are people, are the students coming from very interior countryside area. So let us have seminar, how to speak. So the language is a barrier, but your facial expression, emotion, sense, how these things to be linked like this. These are some of the basic things what we got under the MOU, and then participate in international different events, like sending the posters, different type of sketches, poems, films, photographs, what they are doing. So most of our schools in 46 countries, they are doing the same thing. I am personally involved in all the activities, and in a way I have devoted most of my life on this particular school. Therefore, I am presenting that one. Here is that how each one example is here. They're just celebrating that is called the Founders Day. So some of the good things of what the founder did, why they wanted to open this school, and then linked it with some great philosopher from East and West, and then trying to say, this is the way you have to awaken yourself. You know that this is nothing like only school. This is a deep sense of attachment to love with all the bricks and mud. So this is the way every year they have 2 times such celebrations they do, and then task will be given that you can write your experiences, poem, etc., etc. That is part of the archival library in the school. Here are some of the examples. You can see different state culture represented in the same day function. That it started out 4, 5 p.m. in the afternoon, and that will go to the midnight. So you can see the different parts of India, different type of music, culture, dances, discourses. So that is another thing what we are trying to develop under this RWIC program, integration of culture, and then understanding of the culture, respect of the cultures. This is the way. So this is one example you can see. Another task was given by the principal that a group of, you can form a small group, 3, 4 children together, and then you can try to adapt one part of the building. And there you can plant something which is suited to the climatic condition of this particular area. And you have also to look after that is not tree only. That tree is just like your close friend, so you have to take care of it. This way, at different gates, these are not maintained by gardeners. These are maintained by students, children there. This is another example of what I have already said. Here, the same line, 20 languages, all these students, they are going to sing on the Independence Day of India. So that was the 15th of August, 3 years back. That was something surprising. My goodness. Children coming from different parts of India, they have settled here, or their parents working. That's why they are getting education in such a good school. So they sing there, they maintain all that. This is uniqueness. On the other hand, like some of the ancient stories, let them learn, let them try to develop. It is nothing like pressurized type of direction. That is another thing always to keep in mind, that with love and affection, you can say something. If they are avoiding, then okay, Don't try to cry like this. That is another thing. Another program, this is another program. They go to rural area and some charitable area, poor people, and interact with them, and then try. So first they have to know about them, and then they do something for them. Some giving some food, some clothes, something like flour. This is the way different fruits. That was the most common thing. They brought some fruits from the city area and then giving to them, and then they are trying to develop such a close relationship. It is nothing like two classes, but two types of culture meeting together. That is another example. And RWI say myself representing and explaining that what are the gaps, what further to be done like this. Like particular days celebrated like this. Year is Father's Day. Every year they choose a family. I was also chosen 2 times about 10 years ago. And this particular day, we old persons will be honored, giving all that mattresses and some clothes and warm clothes, soap, something like toffees, etc., etc., just to honor the old. And that old person will be chosen from the students, especially sixth grade below, so that they can think it's anybody about whom they know that Dadaji means grandfather, maybe like this, and then all together, then it will be taken that which fellow has got maximum choice, then that person will be invited and honored with all those things. So all, and then all the children will go and touch. So this is the way they are learning how to respect seniors, how to learn from them, something in this example. Similarly, we have here also Happy Mother's Day. Also, like Children's Day, that day just you open, no guidance, nothing. You have to go in the muddy area or your garden area. Just remember your childhood, how you have been very close to Mother Earth and Mother Nature. That has extended form is World Yoga Day. So they know that how world level this is celebrated. We are part of that particular type of exercise. Similarly, we have Earth Day, Mother Earth Day, what we call in Indian terminology, in English only the Earth Day. Here in such days. So it does not mean the whole day it is going like. They are continuing their education, their courses, and then arrangement has been made back and a marginal adjustment so that they can do all these extracurricular activities and try to learn the better thing about the future. This is particular, you see the example what I mentioned, World Water Day. So it is not only talk about water, go clean the water, see where is the garbage, where are the waste, here is a holy river. So they are cleaning that one. And then they go to inform the families in the neighborhood, please don't do, we all are your children. So if river is mother, then you have to do like. This is one of the program. And some of the very world-renowned authority like Swami Vivekananda, so that Jayanti particular birthday celebrated. So there are 2 levels. One is having the competition. There'll be 2-3 groups. They are talking about the life and culture of Vivekananda, how we try to link East and West. And then the other thing will be that some of his sayings, they have to chant it just like sacred verse. And they have to take a vow that I will follow one of these aspects in my life. This is the thing every year, this type of function, since last 15, 20 years going on. Here is example that you are also part of a nation. It is nothing like that only particular group. You are representing the whole India. And what to do? Here is a program, Clean the Ganga, clean your city, make your city beautiful campaign. By Government of India started that you have to do that. So this is one of the schools. They have already started with that and they have moved on 2-3 continuous Sundays. So full city, they have moved that, look, please save us and you can save it because you know that how to save it. That was the one of the moment. That is another part is like heritage walk. What is already defined. We have already about 60 such sites in whole city, ancient especially. And so alternate day, or you have something gap, then you can go and that will be nearby to your house so that easily you can move. This is one. And the second is with the group you have to go. So many of the students earlier have gone there, understand. Now they go with the teacher and then they explain what they learned, where is the gap, cross-questioning, dialogue. This is the way to make awaken about the heritage, local heritage. Then this is something like meeting, inviting scholars, and they are talking. There was one session on RWYC. Myself was honored and all that, and then one of the biggest religious organization, or you can say that is the one among the two leading one. You can say, Sarda Picture. So they have awarded me that. Look, no way I have something, any formal thing, link all this, and you are doing okay since now you can say 5 years RWYC, but before that this school was doing the work. So they invite such scholars also, old persons also, just to communicate and say what they have achieved, how they have done. So this is another example. So we can say that this RWYC is a way to global understanding. People form a sense of ourselves, belongingness, and link. So this is a theoretical portion. We have already prepared a review paper based on the different conceptual or maybe imaginary perspective of RWIC philosophy. And still we are going to develop something more concrete type, so in aerial context, in spatial context, in thought context, and something based on our practical exercises, what we have received from our friends from different parts of the world. So just to say that it is just another of our perspective or theme. What we follow is culture will save the world through reason, understanding, and practice. This way we have also our website and other details and some publication from the EDA International Journal, etc. Professor Olympia is the director and editor-in-chief. I am very lucky to work under her guidance and collaboration so nicely. During the last around 6 years, not a single complaint between us. That is another way of happiness and sustainability of friendship. Okay, so let me just say this is one more line. It is missing somehow. What happened? Something anyway. Leave them. So one slide missing. So just to say thank you, Gajamile, Danke Schoen, Dhanyavada, Makasin. Okay, thank you very much. Again, later on we have some discussion when Professor Olympia will arrange. Otherwise, thank you very much to everybody for so nicely encouraging us and supporting us in a different context. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Runner. Thank you so much to share all an Indian experience about reconnecting with your culture. And now I would like to introduce also our friend, Professor Kumar. Actually, Professor Kumar is a visiting professor at the University of Pavia, and together we are realizing a synthesis of our program with the result from these last 5 years. And now I please, Professor Kumar, because thanks, Professor Kumar, now we can know more about all activities around the world. Thank you so much, Professor Kumar.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to one and all. At the outset, I thank KJD conference organizers for their wonderful program. And I also thank Professor Olympia Niglio, the Global Director of Reconnecting with Your Culture, for giving me an opportunity to associate with you, and also the International Pedagogical Program, RWIC, and also a platform for sharing the experiences which we have learned for the past few years. And I also thank Professor Rana Singh for all your kind support in associating with RWIC. And myself, Girish Kumar, I'm from Banaras Hindu University, India. And I've joined in University of Pavia in the Department of Civil Engineering and Architecture, and associating with Professor Olympia Niglio, and also the this pedagogical program RWIC. So I'll be sharing the small slides which showcase the 5 years journey of RWIC at global level, and also our future plans on the global level, which is based on the feedback provided by the coordinators from different countries of the globe as the coordinators of RWIC. So let me share my slide first. I hope my slides are visible. Could you please confirm so that I can proceed? Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you.
sure.
Thanks. As the global director, Professor Olympia Niglio, has already been talked about RWIC and its activities. It's as we all know that it's an international program. It's a pedagogical program which brings the younger generation closer to the value of the values and the culture contents of their local cultures, as well as strengthen their feelings of unity and belongingness. And it is started in the year 2020. Which is promoted by EDA, our International Research Center, which is located in Italy, and in collaboration with UNESCO Forum University, as well as the cultural heritage envisioned by Professor Olympia Niglio, the global president of RWIC. As we know that the major vision and mission to strengthen the knowledge of local identities, culture, and customs among the children, they are in the age of 5 to 17 years of old, and express them through their creative thinking. And it is also providing an opportunity to present present generation to build a strong awareness on the significance of cultural heritage, whether it is a tangible or intangible, or it's a living heritage, to help them to bridge the generation gap. And also it is implement and practice of various learning methods, innovative methods to see the cultural heritage through the eyes of children and to enhance their creativity, of course. And we have an international cooperation which contribute and promote the local culture, and also to convert the younger generation responsible and also creative global citizens towards the cultural heritage. So let me see you some of the slides which we have already had the programs at different parts of the world. And when you look at the structure as the RWIC, the global president, Professor Olympia Niglio, who's the founder president of this innovative pedagogical program, and Mr. D. Paul Schaffer, who is honorary president, and the executive coordinator, as well as the public relation officers, and also the coordinators from different parts of the world, from different countries. And RWIC has its network across the continents, 4 continents: Africa, America, Asia, and Europe. And still it is widening its network. And these are all the major countries which have been part of this program since its inception. And there are many more countries been adding to this particular list in every year. And here you can see the RWIC global partners, where they are contributing much to the collaborations and the improvement of the program, as well as creating the awareness and awakening programs among the younger generation. And when you look at the past 5 years journey of RWIC, we can see that within a short span of 5 years period, it has reached a level in such a way that it has conducted, there are many programs, and then there are many activities and conferences at national, international, and global levels, and charters and sharing programs. All these programs have been made this within this 5 years of this 5 years duration, when it was officially launched since 2020, 20th July at and after that, it has 3 international meet, 120 seminars, 34 lectures within 1 year duration. And during the same period, the RWIC has conducted many international expositions, as it is having contributions from different countries and different parts of the world. And also now the present RWIC structure consisting of an international sharing of 51 countries from 5 continents, and 21 countries from 4 continents when 2021. And when we look at, let me share. When we look at the global network over 40 countries, as of now, we have conducted more than seven international conferences and more than 5 international exhibitions, and also there are 300 plus international seminars at various places, different countries, and across the continents. And these are some of the recognitions which have been acquired by RWC for its exemplary works and the activities for awakening the younger generation and the younger minds. And when you look at all these pictures which showcase the activities, there are different types of activities, innovative methods and methodologies which have been adopted by different schools and the children, and also the different parts of the country to spread the awareness of culture and also the heritage. So these are all screenshots of the major programs which have been conducted by different countries from different parts of the world. And when you look at the programs, and it can be even a different programs, it is not that only a one prototype program is available. There are many programs which are increasing the thinking level or creative thinking of the children, as well as awakening the community towards the safeguarding of culture as well as the heritage. So we can have art and craft programs, even universal exhibitions, and walk through the heritage cities, and also the heritage as an educational material, and drawing, paintings, or etc. All these activities are being part of RWYC, as well as which awaken the younger minds. There are many programs from different countries. These are all the screenshots of the programs. Only few programs were highlighted here. There are group activities, folk activities, ethnographies, and the group discussions, all these brainstorming activities which are part of this program at different places. And of course, exhibitions, we have seen the videos which is played in the beginning. It shows almost all the activities which are happening. So these are all some of the creativity which have been produced by the students and the children. Various programs at different places. So this is global exhibition, which is Angel drawing a picture, Japan International Exhibition for boys and girls. These are all activities which have been accomplished during the last few years. Again, this is also part of drawing exhibition. And when you look at these particular aspects, we can have different pedagogical programs or activities or innovative approaches towards enhancing the level of knowledge, the awareness among the children, and which can be a painting, which can be an artistic expression, or hand building structures, which can be a part of heritage work. So these are all the examples of the proposals programs which can be part of RWIC. And we do have international conferences at different times during the past 5 years. We have conducted many international conferences also. And there are some local activities as well as international activities. And now the next slides will be talking about the accomplishment we have already discussed and we have seen in this way. And what are the feedback which we have received? So to analyze the activities which have been already accomplished and what are the future plans, which is based on the national coordinators or the country coordinators, those who have shared their experiences. Among them, some of the popular highlights which have mentioned this particular slides. One of the major aspects of the future plans of RWIC, especially under the extending networks, to develop a strong human network to propagate the activities, which is very much required for the present context, and also to organize more international meetings, workshop, exhibitions at different levels, and also the participation from more countries. Still, there are many countries and few continents to be part of this program. Due to administrative and other policy issues. So workshop and exhibitions at different levels need to be conducted. And also the new ambassadors from the children fraternity. And also the widening the coverage to allied areas, as we have seen that not only the culture or the heritage, there are other areas where we need to work along with them, and then has to be a part of this program. And also the collaboration with consulate, as we know that each and every country they will be having the consulates and the members from consulates of different countries. So having a relation with, having a collaboration with the consulates will again make the external affairs to have a intercultural dialogues and activities. And also to enlighten the national coordinators to be more inclusive and to have more programs and publicize them. And as we know that many places we have the digital divides, etc. So in order to overcome such kind of an issues, and we need to extend the network in a more widened way. And it's also connecting with more schools internationally for cross-cultural collaborations. When we talk about extending the network of RWIC, which are all the future plans of RWIC. And also some of the major the suggestions or the feedback which have come from the coordinators from different parts of the world, those who are associating with RWIC for the past 5 years, and we need to take it into consideration, saying that as we have many programs, RWIC normally conducts many programs, innovative and creative thinking programs. So the approach came in such a way that we need to identify a prototype or an ideal program which can be considered as an ideal program or the program of the core program of RWIC, so that the much research on that particular field under different countries can be performed, so that it can make a prototype or an ideal program for the RWIC, and also adopting more community-centered approaches and hands-on activities, the people with disabilities and underrepresented communities, where we need to have a close collaboration with them also. And also embracing the digital transformation, as we know that now, even if you make a heritage walk and making a augmented reality show or 360-degree panoramic view of that particular walk, so that will be an encouragement, or that will be an expressing the way in which we can express in a more technological way, so that it can be shared to the rest of the world. Embracing digital transformation, especially information and communication technologies, digital tools, or virtual and augmented realities, and also the digital storytelling. So these experiences to engage the younger generation more effectively and efficiently. So that is also an improved approach which can be a part of the future plan of RWIC. And also measures to convert from extracurricular to curriculum subject. As we know that in many of the schools in parts of the countries in different areas or different schools, the RWIC program is part of their curriculum. It's not part of their curriculum, it is part of their extracurricular activity. So the culture and the heritage to be part of their curriculum, so that the younger generation get awakened with the thought of culture and heritage. So that is also can be a part of future plan, which is already been in practice in many of the schools. And also publishing documents associated with RWIC program and activities, which is already available in our website and the other social medias. But still, there are some places where people can't access such kind of a digital resources, where need to be publicized more documents at local and regional languages. And also accomplish more international student exchange program, so that they can share their resources, they can share their experiences, and they can also share the uniqueness of their particular country's culture and heritage. So that will be a great support for the other countries as well as the RWIC also. And these are all the details which are associated with RWIC. Anybody can access all these resources and they can be contacted. All these details are available in our website also. So let me conclude here with this. As we know that RWIC is not just a concept for specialists. It built a strong cooperation between culture and education sectors across the world. And as we know that the pedagogical methods and activities of RWIC, which stimulates the young minds' curiosity and consolidate their academic learning while developing essential social skills. And it's also an effective for enhancing innovative methodological approaches and cooperation between culture and educational sectors. Significantly transform the teaching approach at school by fostering a more inclusive and culture-rich learning environment by RWIC. With this, I thank all the organizers, Professor Olympia Niglio for giving me this opportunity, and also all the coordinators from national and country level for making this program a winning success of pedagogical program for the benefit of the younger minds and the generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I thanks again Mira, Professor Kumar, and Professor Rana Singh, and above all, Professor Ben Werlen for this opportunity, because it is very important for us to share with everyone our pedagogical program active in around the world. Now, next step is in Japan. Next September, because Reconnecting with Your Culture is a member of an international meeting promoted at the Expo 2025 Osaka, and also with our intercontinental exhibition opens next December in Tokyo. Thank you so much. Join us, and we hope to meet you in the next our important exhibition and also events promoted from different academic around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have some time for questions, Professor Werle?
Yes, short, not too much, because we are kind of strict. But if there are questions, we can discuss them briefly.
I just found the discussion very interesting, and all of that it's so international, much more so than I thought at the beginning. And I see that you have, it really is worldwide, the efforts that you're doing in education. But what I didn't quite understand, and I wonder if you could just either Professor Kumar or Olympia Nilio, if you could just tell us, how do you organize the coordination of all these activities? And is there one central body? Do you have a system of international coordinators? And then how do you share the tremendous learning that comes out of this? If you could just give us a little picture of that.
Please, Professor Kumar, to reply, please.
Yes, ma'am. I understood your questions. That we have all the programs and activities as I have shown in the slide, that we have 51 countries from different continents of the world, and we have national or international or continental coordinators. Like Professor Rana Singh is the president of Asia region. All the other coordinators from different countries, as well as we have different levels of coordinators from as part of country as well as part of nation. So they coordinate together and they perform the activities, and there is no local point or a central point as it is. But each and every country is independent in that way to perform the programs or conducting or the organizing the activities, and it all comes under our WIC.
Oh, so there is a central organization.
Exactly.
Yes,
We
yes,
have,
sorry. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. Olympia, ma'am, please.
Okay, no, we have a guide, but every people, every communities promote in a relationship with the local culture, of the local value, this program. Because for us, it is very important to valorize the local paradigm, cultural paradigms.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anna, do you want me to introduce the next speaker?
Point also later on, the fact that children are reconnecting with the traditional culture of their places to understand how the place became as it is now, and doing that with in an artistic way by drawing. I think that's a very interesting approach. That it's not just an intellectual approach to the past, but also a practiced artistic practice of drawing and imaginations of the how and then, now and then. So I think I think that could be an interesting approach for many places around the world. And if they extend the network, so it can be really a global, in a deep sense, global practice, how children can adapt with their places, and from there on have imagination how to develop it further. So exactly as described in the Jena Declaration. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. So you can proceed, Joanne, with the introduction to the next section.
Okay. I was just waiting to see if there was another question. I thought there was a question in the chat, but now, and thank you so much for that very interesting exposition. I really was fascinated. Our next speaker is Raminder Kaur. She's a professor of anthropology and cultural studies in the departments of anthropology and international development at the University of Sussex. England. Her research areas and expertise span public culture, the history and politics of South Asia, race and ethnicity, and importantly for our conference today, cultures of sustainability. She's also an accomplished scriptwriter and artistic director, well placed to share with us her views on the importance of bringing the arts into efforts to move forward and promoting sustainable development. The title of her presentation today is Narratives of Joy and Resilience on the Edge. And she's focusing on communities of the Sundarbans mangrove forest areas in the Ganges Delta, one of the most densely populated areas in the world, where climate change has brought enormous challenges to the area, including rising sea levels, increased storm surges, coastal erosion, salinity changes, and habitat degradation. But Professor Kaur's story is not about victimhood, but rather about resilience, joy, and ultimately hope and a positive vision for the future. So I'd like to turn it over to Professor Kaur, if she'd like to begin her presentation. We're very much looking forward to hearing.
Thank you so much, Joanne. And thank you to Professor Benno-Wellen and all the presenters so far for their very illuminating discussions. Before I start my presentation, I just want to check, am I sharing or is Martin sharing the PowerPoint? Just want it.
It would be better if you could share it. It's technically for us complicated to have a synchronized way. So it would be great if you could share it yourself.
Okay, I'm going to try. Sometimes I'm sharing and it doesn't move, and so you have to let me know if I'm not moving. Yeah. If I'm not moving. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah. Go just to the presentation mode, and everything is okay.
Okay, good. So what I would like to do in my short presentation is to the emphasis on culture, the emphasis on children and creativity is really inspiring. And I'd like to drill down a little bit to specifics by looking at the terms that we're using, looking at a couple of case studies based on my own experience, and then lessons learned, which can possibly be used for other case studies. So now I'm going to move on to the next page of the PowerPoint. Can you see that? You can see that?
Okay, that's okay.
Oh yeah, you can. So the presentation, the main outline is that to look at what is joy, whose view are we considering, what does it imply for knowledge, and what does it imply for subjectivity or subjectivities, for instance, regarding the individual or the collectivity. So I begin with that, and then I go on to some case studies through film and theatre, what might be seen as a movement from research based on ethnographic fieldwork or facts to something in theatre or film which relies on creativity, for instance, writing a script or collaboratively creating music or other kinds of artworks. And together this might be called faction. And the intention is to develop polyphonic, multi-dialogic and synesthetic platforms to collaboratively create and share spaces of possibility and joyness. And I'm going to explain what I mean by joyness in a couple of seconds or minutes. So first of all, let's consider what is joy in the English language. Following the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein's concept of family resemblances, we might consider this as a polythetic category. Polythetic because it doesn't have a monothetic or a linear series of definitions. It is quite broad. It overlaps with other terms and other ideas. And mostly overall, we can say that joy is contextual. It has different contextual resonances. It can be personal, it can move on to the more cultural, i.e. the collective. It can be temporally specific, and it can be based on specific circumstances or events or situations. And all of this, joy, implies culturally established series of emotions, personhood, collectivity, and or ethics. I'm going to explain that in a moment by considering a couple of examples. So I've moved on to the next page of the PowerPoint. So joy in the English language, when you look it up, it has three different overlapping senses. One is about great happiness. The second is that it's something that causes a great level of happiness. And a third, which is interesting, it implies success, action, or help. For instance, in the question, did you get any joy? Did you get any joy, i.e. achievement or something like that in doing something? There are also other overlapping terms in the English language. For instance, bliss, ecstasy, excitement, pleasure, and so on. My case studies are largely from Britain, India, and Bangladesh in this case, working with other artists and researchers in those countries. So if we were to look at joy in India, this is why I prefer to use the term joyness, because of this conceptual overlaps with other terms, and we also need to consider it cross-culturally. So resemblances in terms or definitions in the Indian context, we could turn to the term anand, which connotes a religiously attuned sense of joy. But it can also mean something outside of the religious sphere. For instance, a wonderful experience. Anand Mila, I received a lot of religiously attuned joy, or it might not be religiously attuned at all, but it's like something sublime. There are other terms, for instance, prasanna, kushi, maza, which is more about the individual, and it connotes a sense of happiness or elation. And as I said, it's more about the self rather than a cultural or collective experience. There are other terms which move on to a slightly different arena, for instance, utsaha, excitement, and samadhan, which is happiness in doing something well, right, or something done well, which kind of overlaps a little bit with the English sense of the term joy. So I'm just using these examples to demonstrate that the fascinating focus of this conference, which is very unique, to consider joy and sustainability, requires us to understand what we mean by joy as well as sustainability. And whilst there's a lot written on different senses of sustainability, there's hardly anything on joy and sustainability and even just joy. So I think we need to just reflect on our terms a little bit before we go any further. So this is why I prefer to stick to the term joyness, because it allows me to be much more open and cover a lot of terrain. Another few features we need to consider is the need to go beyond language. So I've just focused on language so far, or terms, but joyness is also about a feeling. It's something viscerally experienced. It's affective. It is therefore beyond language. So we're complicating the picture a little bit. It can also be very synesthetic. By that, we can consider the visual, the oral, the aural, the olfactory, i.e. taste, tactile senses, etc., which leads to a sense of joyness. And it all implies a sense of differential relations between self, society, and the world, which includes the environment. So the focus of this conference is really how can we look at joyness with respect to sustainability? And my question is, how can joyness be strategized to raise awareness of environmental threats and sustainability for the case study I'm going to consider later? And it suits the focus in this conference for the Jena Declaration on this need of joy as a catalyst for self-organization and solidarity. So these are the very poignant, very unique and exceptional ways of considering sustainability, which I'm going to now consider with respect to a case study. And as Joanne pointed out in my abstract, my focus is on the Sundarbans, which is a littoral delta region between India and Bangladesh. And I talk about the people who live there as eco-precariats, i.e. their lives are very precarious, and a lot of it is down to the ecology, which is connected to economics, which is connected to development projects, which is connected to carbon emissions that has impact on their lives, because they definitely live on the edge, literally. Some of their homes are flooded. The number of cyclones are increasing. So, for instance, the 2021 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report notes that an increase of 4.5 degrees will lead to sea level rises by 60 centimeters by the end of this century. So if you have people living literally on the edge of the land, 60 centimeters means basically a lot of their homes will be covered and flooded and possibly even disappear. Some of the islands in the Sundarbans region have already disappeared. So as pointed out in the abstract, this, along with warm sea surface temperature, will result in more severe storms, or what has been called super cyclones, with extremes of high water surges and ground salination in the Sundarbans. So not only is the sea an issue, but salination of the land that is available there means agriculture, growing fruit and vegetable, becomes a very tasking issue, and they cannot, in some senses, use the land that is there for their own sustainability. So, and with their fertile agricultural land destroyed, farming and fishing livelihoods compromised or destroyed. And let's not forget the animals here, the wildlife, and the fragile mangrove forest, which is part of their environment, with its unique biodiversity at risk of disappearing. And that's one of the main reasons that the Sundarbans has been called a ground zero of climate change. So what we have done, and by we I mean myself, British theatre company called Kull and Ghetto Tigers, we have gone out to the Sundarbans to meet with various people, various communities, record their narratives, record their songs, and also learn more about their lives so that we can work with them, including those who are artists. And these are precarious artists. For instance, they do not earn much at all from their artworks. It's almost a side thing for instance, running a shop. So a person might have left fishing because it was not leading to a livelihood or incomes, and therefore set up a stall, a shop, and they would still be drumming or singing on the side. So there are a lot of cultural troupes, singing troupes, that for the sake of tourism, they go around and sing songs about Ma Bon Bibi, which is a local deity, a female deity, alongside other myths and legends for that region. This region is very interesting because it's culturally hybrid. So you have a lot of Hindu-Muslim fusions and syncretic cultures. So you find in this region, Hindus and Muslims worship Ma Bon Bibi, right? Mother Bon Bibi. So this is the not only the fascination and wonderful aspects of the land and people and culture, but also the challenges and threats that we need to be aware of as a global community. And there are a whole load of other communities whose lives are basically on the edge due to climate change and various other environmental issues that we can all form more awareness on and perhaps even global solidarity. So how do we use these film and theatre projects? Our focus is really considering subaltern perspectives or ground-up perspectives, not necessarily the state, the urban or media monopolies on issues to do with rights, hazards and uncertainties. Our focus is also to create a polyphonic public culture through film and theatre. By polyphonic, using multiple languages so that we can communicate from the local region to wider communities. Often we end up using South Asian languages as part of song or perhaps some dialogue, maybe even poetry, but largely in the language of English because that is widely understood, and we really need to communicate local concerns, local uncertainties to a larger community. And perhaps there's a case to be made to speak and use other languages as well. We're not against that at all. So our intent is to, through film and theatre, create spaces for sharing and joyness, largely propelled by the focus of this conference. I suppose we bring in joiners, which is really interesting, and also to have cross-cultural empathy, to go beyond cultural limits and to form creative connectivities, as with the last presentation, and with an ultimate aim to forge solidarities that cross cultures, cross regions, cross countries. So let me go on to how this actually is not distinct from my anthropology expertise, because it follows in the line of engaged anthropology, which is where you make anthropology apply more to public arenas and public issues and concerns. So Seta Low and Sally Engel Mary have come up with various aspects of engaged anthropology, and you can read their article in Current Anthropology as to what these different aspects are. One of the areas that I want to focus on is how we can use theatre and film to create much more visceral and collaborative creative zones. So what they talk about is quite in comparison non-creative, although I would say creativity comes into everything, but a lot of it is, for instance, they talk about teaching, they talk about activism, they talk about various other ways that anthropology can be used for the public arena. So what I would like to do is stretch and expand their notion of engaged anthropology to consider, for instance, human rights theatre, which is something we've engaged with, again, through based on interviews, based on testimonies and reports. We worked with Uyghur people in the past, and to engage with, we didn't necessarily have them as actors, but they informed the characters in the play. And so some of the characters you can see on the stage there are British actors, British Asian, actually they're different backgrounds. One is from Iran as well. And we tell their stories through this platform of theatre, and we live streamed as well. And what was interesting, one of the characters, the man that you can see on the left hand side, he was based on a real life character called Aub, who now lives in Bergen in Norway. And Aub was so amazed by how his story could engage wider audiences that go beyond Uyghur themselves, and actually wanted to meet the actor. He was so impressed that he could see himself being told through the story, acted out by another actor. We also did this with regards to the storming of the Golden Temple in 1984, the 40th year commemoration, and that was based on fieldwork as part of a global team for a research project called Pilgrimonics, and that led to, last year, a theatre project called Iron Ladies, Iron Women. Some of you may know Margaret Thatcher and Indira Gandhi. They were considered the Iron Ladies of their era. And what I did is work with real life people who are not from elite or political backgrounds like Gandhi or Thatcher, and tell their stories through through the medium of theatre, again using song. We used Indian ragi. Ragi are musicians who actually perform in the Golden Temple in Amritsar, the Harmandir Sahib, and they were actually touring in UK at the time, and we integrated their roles into the performance as well. So the top person is an actor. Next to them are the ragi, Hazuri ragi from Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, Golden Temple, and below that are some images of the actual damage that was done in 1984 when the military stormed this religious place, and then some of the characters. So the two women on the left-hand side are the women I based my script on, whereas we also have the Iron Ladies that everyone else knows about in the world. So basically it's reversing the lens, and joy comes into it. It's funny because even with human rights theatre such as this, joy came into it because we emphasize moments of fun, and the songs also, the Kirtan is called, that also created a sense of elation. I'm going to look at this in more detail, the different sense of joyness here with regards to the next project, which we're currently working on, and that is My Ground Zero Homes. This idea that the people in Sundarbans are constantly challenged by the environment, which also has, climate change connections, and they are having to move home. They are having to move out of the region. Men sometimes go to the mainland, to India, in places in India and Bangladesh, and often you find only female-led households because the men are working elsewhere, a long way, hundreds of miles away. And not only that, when their homes are flooded, they might have to physically move altogether and even become migrants themselves as a family unit in places like Kolkata and Dhaka in Bangladesh. In the images, you can see Marbon Bibi in the center, and also some shots of the region. This shot on the far right in the corner is an aerial shot of the region, of the littoral delta, and how the sea is, just entering and penetrating into the land, and is basically taking over their land. So what is this project about? How are we intending to move on this? And let me tell you, first of all, our aims. So our idea is to channel the research we do in the zone of Sundarbans. We went to the India side of Sundarbans to create these spaces of sharing through theatre in this case. And we want to dramatize the local threats in order to connect with the global, and we dramatize in a way which is distinct to the script that is being created collaboratively. That is with a view to reflect on lifestyles and change behaviors, and this is largely for communities based in urban nexuses and also abroad, so that we have a connection between the global south and the global north. So even though most of the work will be done in Britain, but also in India to some extent, especially in the cities like Kolkata, our intention is so that the audiences begin to reflect more on what they are doing within their day-to-day lives, and how much carbon, for instance, they're emitting as a standard or normalized part of their routine activities in their homes and at work. And then the ultimate intention is to inform climate change urgency, to inform action, and to use these synesthetic platforms, and perhaps along the lines create solidarity across nations, across cultures. So where we're at now is we've done the field work. So we've collated viewpoints, we've collated stories, music, audiovisual footage. We've drafted the script, we've integrated song and music. And now we're at point 3, where we are intending to share our work with those in Sundarbans and work through theatre performance as R&D and workshops with South Asian migrants in the UK. So the R&D presentation will also have an audience feedback session, and then the end aim is to have a full theatre production based on the lessons learned so far. Moving back to joyness. Okay, so how does joyness enter into this case study? So the intent is to create empathy across culture and also to share humour between the main characters in the script. The main characters in the script are based on real life characters and real life narratives. So for instance, there is a woman called Sundari and her husband Mundo, who is a tiger charmer. A tiger charmer is someone who goes out on fishing trips or honey collecting trips, and before they actually set foot on a particular island, they ask for Marbon Bibi's blessings. They almost worship the earth, and then they go in, and the tiger charmer has these methods learned through the centuries as to how a tiger. I forgot to tell you that this island, these series of islands, have many tigers, although they are endangered. They have increased in the last few years because of the major campaign to save the Indian tiger. And what's interesting, this is largely a middle-class campaign. They didn't talk about saving the Sundarbans people who live there. They talked about saving the Sundarbans tiger. And I really think this is why we need to bring to the fore the perspective of those people who live there, rather than just the emphasis on saving the tiger. So other characters are Mundo's honey collecting friends. There's a lot of joviality shared as they go out in their boats to these areas. It's not, there may be dread, there may be some sense of fear, but it's still very much about men going out, or it's often men going out. There is one woman who does honey collecting, and she's in Bangladesh, and they have fun as they do it, but they're also respectful, and so we try to convey that through the script as well. And then as a kind of creative departure altogether, we have the relationship between Mundo and the tiger. Now, tiger is actually real, but also mythical, draws upon local legends regarding the tiger demon king. And in this case, there is a real life tiger called Nantu, who has been called that because that was the name of his first victim. These tigers don't just stay on one island, they can swim up maybe 20 kilometers to the next island, and then, if they take their victim and then go back. So these are phenomenal animals, and there's a lot of, by the way, tourists who go there to see the tiger, to experience the Sundarbans. And so there are two characters who are based on that kind of modern, mainly urban tourist, who in this case in the script is ambitious but idiotic, especially when it comes to wanting to develop a hotel, a mega hotel project in one of the sinking islands. So you can already see that we're poking fun. I'm going to return to this theme in a minute. And then overall, there's a boatman, Maju. He recites poetry, he sings, and he also observes, and he connects all these different zones in the different islands. So in this script, we invoke songs. We also have prayer, venerating Marbon Bibi. We also draw upon legends, ancient legends, mainly from the medieval era, about Dukan Rai, who defeated the demon king in the forest. And there is a strong belief in this Dukan Rai as a mythical legend, and so the tiger is in some senses someone who is feared but also respected, because Dukan Rai is something that the tigers also believe in. Dukan Rai is also their king. He's a king of the human beings as well as the king of the tigers. So moving to more analytical consideration of this case study, joyness to resilience. So what kind of joy are we looking at? We're looking here in this case study, shared joy. it's communal, so we can draw upon cultural and historical narratives, song, poetry, music, and also comedy, and bring together cultural and religious narratives in the process. That comes out in the play. We're also poking fun or taking the mick or whatever other word you want to use instead of mick. Basically satirizing various people. In this case, it's the urban tourists. And by doing that, we're identifying common threats. And this is focus on mindless development, just money-minded development rather than one that is sensitive. But even the ecologically aware are also satirized, because that has now become a big marketing tool, the eco-tourist, for instance. And what we're also doing through the characters is standing in the face of challenges or danger. For instance, there's a song which that Sundarbans fishermen sing, which is about looking at the eye of the cyclone and actually standing up against it and being resilient against it, building their embankments, and if they are eroded, rebuilding them. And you can actually see in one of the videos, which I don't have time to show today, people lining up in rows to build their embankments. These embankments are built largely of mud, so they're not very resilient themselves, because the state hasn't really focused their funds towards embankments, more towards tourism. We also, in this case, look at challenges through the eye of the tiger. I don't want to sing that song, awful song. And also the eye of the development project backers. So standing and in the face of such challenges. And then we have another sense of joy here, which is when you overcome these threats, overcome these challenges, even if it's momentary. And with that comes a sense of relief. And so that's a very interesting, is this idea of achievement or momentary achievement. Through the process, we're hoping to create cross-cultural channels for communication, for creativity. We're doing this by translating their local stories, poetry, songs, their culturally embedded narratives, largely, but not through the English language, but also using South Asian languages in order to reach more global audiences. And the intention here is to put members of the audience in their shoes, in the shoes of Sundarbans residents. And that includes people who live in places like Kolkata, Delhi, and other urbanizing contexts. It's not just about the global north and the global south, it's also relative to the countries surrounding, or Sundarbans region. So altogether, resilience is basically about the spirit of solidarity against everyday challenges. What we're hoping to do, and we've learned this from the people themselves, you're standing up with nature, respecting nature, being with nature, not abusing it. And we're also standing up against the extremes of nature. And this is largely flooding and cyclones. And we're forging common friends and threats in order to create larger solidarities that go beyond the local, so that we can then, because this is not just a local issue, it's largely a global issue, but the thing is the global tends to look away. And we really need to put the lens back on the local in order to connect with the global. So just to summarize, so what I've done is effectively consider what is joy, move on to this more polythetic area of joyness. I've focused with my collaborators on subaltern narratives with the intent to create polyphonic dialogue and synesthetic platforms for joyness and spaces of possibility. Just to recall that the synesthesia is to move beyond the word, the language, to consider the visceral, the affective, into which humor also comes. And then it's to create cross-cultural creative connectivity and hopefully forge solidarity that goes beyond local regions. Thank you.
Well, Professor Kaur, we thank you very much for that extremely interesting presentation and good food for thought. I don't know if we have time for questions right now. You'll be with us at the end of the session, I assume, so that we can come back to them, because we have another speaker before we end this session. Please stay around, and then at the end, perhaps we'll have some questions for you as well for that enlightening and great food for thought. The last speaker today is this morning is Dr. Puri Das, who is assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering in Assam Don Bosco University. Her expertise is in water resources management, but also very active in promoting transformation of the university for sustainability and for action. We'll see how the university can change with joy, I hope, in this presentation. She's going to talk to us about creating a living laboratory for living sustainably with joy and satisfaction. So, Professor Das, are you on board? I think I see your presentation coming up.
Yeah. Can you see me?
Yes, we do. We see it, and thank you so much.
Can you see my presentation as well?
Yes, we do.
See it. Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you so much. So my presentation deals a very, I think I would rather say in German, Guten Tag. So I'm Dr. Puri Das. I'm a postdoctoral fellow from TU Munich, Germany, and I'm also the assistant professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, Assam Don Bosco University, Assam, India. So today I will be speaking on the living laboratory sustainability model of Assam Don Bosco University and how it fosters environmental awareness, socially relevant innovation, and joyful fulfillment. So Assam Don Bosco University. So Assam Don Bosco, as you can see the schematic. So this is the global schematic, and it shows the expanse and the extension and the visibility of the Don Bosco institutions across the globe. So Assam Don Bosco University is formed by the Salesian body of Don Bosco, and it is visible, or it is present in 130 countries, catering over 9 million people worldwide across all walks of life, and mostly it is into imparting technical education, formal academic institution, non-formal training centers, agricultural centers, relief and rehabilitation centers, literacy centers, as well as shelters for street children. So the vision, here you can see the vision, mission, and the ambition matrix. So the vision of Don Bosco University is to mold young people into intellectually competent, morally upright, socially committed, and spiritually inspired citizens at the service of India and the world of today and tomorrow by imparting holistic and personalized education. So the idea boils down to one thing, is to create dependable person or human resources. And this personal well-being is integrated with sustainability. So this promotes environmental consciousness and also joyful fulfillment amongst the graduates and the stakeholders of the university, driving a long-term behavioral change for the creation of a dependable person. Now, let me explain what a dependable person is. So this is in short the mission. So the mission of the Don Bosco University again aligns with the Jena Declaration directives, and it all indicates that the university should produce dependable people who are enthused with the who are enthused with the values such as integrity, equity, excellence, community engagement, sustainable relevance, and have the interest for lifelong learning. They are spiritually inclined, and etc. So, as we can see, the policies and the priorities of the Don Bosco University mission, vision, and the goals can be equally and easily aligned with the Jena Declaration. And
the
so
slide
these
is
are
not moving. The slide is not moving.
now
Not moving. It is the same
not
slide.
moving.
No.
Is it okay?
No, not moving.
Shall I share? Shall I share again? Shall I share again?
Don't know. It is not moving.
Do you see now?
Let us see. It may come. Who knows?
We don't see your slide now.
Don't see.
Your presentation has disappeared from the screen.
Shall I share again?
Try. Let us see. Yes.
And now click
Now
on
we
your
start.
next.
But it is not. Yes. Now go ahead. 1, 2, 3, please. Next. Yeah. Now
There
it is
you
going. Okay. Go ahead.
Has it come now? Can you see the principles of the Jena Declaration aligned with the Don Bosco?
Yeah. Good.
Okay. So now, the 6 principles of the Jena Declaration, which can be aligned with the living laboratory model of Assam Don Bosco University. So the Jena Declaration mandates that as individually and collectively, we need to live sustainably, inclusively, and meaningfully. The UN SDGs will not succeed will only succeed when each of us take action to live sustainably wherever we are and however we can. So bottom up, opportune or timely local solutions created and acted upon by individuals and communities can only address the urgent global issues instead of the top-down delayed approaches. Accepting cultural and regional diversity is the starting point for a naturally balanced way of life, which essentially means joyful fulfillment. We must actively design an inclusive future, which should be barrier-free, which should be across linguistics, should be multicultural, it should include everything, multicultural, multi-language, everybody, for the benefit of the people, planet, and the posterity. Young people must lend their voice in decision-making and should take charge of the present and future skillfully, innovatively, and sustainably. So you see, the Jena Declaration directives or the principles can be easily aligned with the living laboratory model of campus sustainability. Now, the campus sustainability model is based on the triple bottom line concept. And you see in the triple bottom line concept, all the 17 SDGs have been included. So it aligns, and it is aligned with the university teaching, research, operation, and services to mobilize a campus-wide initiative around sustainability. So this is what the living laboratory model concept of Assam Don Bosco University is all about. So the living laboratory concept at Assam Don Bosco University states that the students of the university are roped in by the faculty members to do projects based on campus sustainability or to address issues related to the campus, envisaging the point that these students, when they graduate, they will extend the sustainability concepts learned at the university to make a community and a society at large, which would be green, which would be inclusive, and which would be livable. So the campus sustainability initiatives of Don Bosco University is also aligned with the Jena Declaration, and at the same time, it is also supported by the UNESCO Chair of Global Understanding for Sustainability under Professor Benno Verlin, and because we have an MOU with the Global Understanding for the Chair of Global Understanding for Sustainability. And this is how I will demonstrate. So some of the, you see, some of the aspects of personal well-being and joyful fulfillment, which can be showcased by the Don Bosco model of campus sustainability are. So the ADBU, or Assam Don Bosco University, is committed to building up a biophilic green campus by sustainable management of water and land resources, efficiency in energy management. So these projects, these student-related projects are taken care of by the in-house Silkworm project, and I'm the coordinator of the Silkworm project. So Silkworm project relates to sustainable development goals for integrated energy, land, water, and air resource management. So now you can see it's a biophilic, it's a very green campus, Assam Don Bosco University. And so we have these spring shed management activities. We have around over 6 big and small ponds or reservoirs, and these are into capturing the storm water and also the water from the springs. So we have, we also use renewable energy such as solar energy, and our architectural design is passive because so that we are less dependent on power. So ADBU promotes an eco-friendly, barrier-free, inclusive campus with conservation of the ecosystem, habitat, flora, fauna, avifauna, and aquafauna within its precincts. And these elements of the university, different elements, like, for example, be it a fishing pond or the agroforestry or the food forest. So the students are involved in managing these food forests, these agroforestry, and also time to time, projects are undertaken by the faculty members, and we also have corporate partners, who fund these initiatives. And from these initiatives are also supported by some Frederick Schiller University by certification. So in the next forthcoming slides, I will show how. So some of the key sustainable initiatives undertaken at Don Bosco University are mostly related to water management, water conservation, rainwater harvesting, recycling, waste segregation, and also related to energy conservation. And all these are different SDGs, they are related to different SDGs. So some of the snapshots which I would be interested to show is the special, you see, we have different plantations spread across the campus. We have a coconut plantation, we have these xeriscope, so that we are less dependent on resources, be it water, and so that way. And these tree plantation and these coconut plantation, they are also used for skill development, how to promote skill development and also livelihood amongst the neighborhood communities. So these snapshots show how these different retention ponds, and check dams, they try to tap the storm water and also the water from the springs, and conserve them. Because Don Bosco University, it's dependent on these storm flow, and we do not have a direct source of water nearby. So we try to generate water from the neighboring springs. So, and Don Bosco, the entire stretch of Don Bosco University relies on blue-green infrastructure. So these blue-green infrastructure, as we all know, rely on nature-based solutions. And so these blue-green infrastructure not only conserve water, but also manage land. And at the same time, it also promotes energy conservation. So some of the sustainable food systems in and around the campus, which are also partially maintained by the students. We have these organic gardens on the campus and we have the concept of farm to table cafeteria model, and we reduce plastic waste because students carry their own bottles. We do not promote use of plastic. So you see this farm to pond to table cafeteria. So, so these students are free to go for angling and fishing and also pluck fruits, whenever they are available. And then also, so this is how this is the farm and pond to table cafeteria concept. Then innovation. So this innovation and research hub, so sort of right now it is undertaken by the Silvam project, which is coordinated by me, and we do different projects, related to green and sustainable technology. Like, for example, this is an active green biofilter, and which harnesses the power of potential of plants, air purifying plants. It is a green wall biofilter. It purifies the air. At the same time, it acts as an air conditioner. And so this is a snapshot of the campus sustainability map, which is prepared by the students of Don Bosco University under my mentorship. So now, this flowchart shows how the living laboratory sustainable initiatives have been institutionalized, how it can be institutionalized within the living laboratory model. So we have the different SDG clubs, these clubs report to the living laboratory sustainable initiative. And then we have the different student bodies, and these student bodies have a monitoring committee, and these monitoring committee are spearheaded or under the leadership of some faculty members. And time to time, the students, who are involved in these living laboratory activities, they get awarded. So this is how the implementation of the Living Laboratory Sustainable Initiative is undertaken at Don Bosco University. So in a way, Don Bosco, the Living Laboratory model, applies this nudging techniques and green incentives, and also this role modeling philosophy, to promote experiential learning and sustainable and socially responsive learnings, and embed and ingrain it in the students. So we also go for different pledges, green pledges. So Don Bosco University is part of the Don Bosco Global Alliance, and it is also associated with the Green Pledge of European Union, and then of course the TJD. So this is this is the TJD signature form, which I have already shared with with everybody, with all the stakeholders of the university. So we have around over 5,000 students and faculty members across 3 campuses. So it has been already shared with them. So I hope to collect all the forms and get the feedbacks very soon. So you see, apart from social responsibility, we also have different community engagement and activities. And these, again, align with joyful fulfillment. Of course, because when students engage them with the community which is underprivileged and marginalized, in a way, it also leads to fulfillment. And so we have different tree planting workshops, and then we have different like programs, like this is a Swajanita program. It means in English, it means empowering communities and inspiring change. How the communities and the school children of the neighboring communities are assisted by or helped by our students and faculty members by giving them just simple training on computer literacy and also English speaking programs. And then we have a Vanit Agrata program, which it is a skill-based program and a capacity building program targeting marginalized women folk. Then we have this Swabhalamban program, it is a skill development program for the for the uneducated youth, of the community. And then we have this Swastayan program, this Swastayan program. So so after classes, and in the evening, every day, the students of the university, they they impart basic education, especially in, say, in STEM education, say math, science, to the students, underprivileged students of the nearby communities. So for all these activities, the chair of global sustainability of Frederick Schiller University awards a sustainable development goal certificate to the students who are involved in all these activities, related to sustainability. So this has already been approved. So from this session onwards, we will be providing a certificate to students who involve in who are part of this living laboratory model and engage with the living laboratory sustainable initiatives of the university, and they would be given this sustainable development certificate. So this way we just promote the sustainability interest. We try to foment sustainability interest for sustainability amongst the students. So the impact, at the end, this initiative already institutionalized by the living laboratory concept develops eco-leaders. It promotes lifelong sustainable habits and promotes alumni as sustainable ambassadors. So this living laboratory model is a replicable model which can be replicated by other institutions. And education should be with joy and with purpose, and it should open a roadmap for other universities to follow us. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for this? I wonder if I just might give us a little summary of this morning, Professor Werland.
Yeah,
Take it away.
I can try to do it.
Well, I wouldn't try to summarize the whole thing, but I just thought I would mention a few of the main takeaways before we go to break, so we can continue to think about them. Obviously, the reflection on what joy or joyness is in the context of sustainability, central to this project of activities for sustainability. And joy, it seems to me, is the integration of creativity. Everybody brought this up, and the importance of the arts to promote and develop actions for sustainability. The artwork of children, the use of theater to explore and express local sustainability threats and connect them with the global to improve understanding of the ampleur of these issues, for example, climate urgency, and inevitably to promote demand for change and policy change, which grows out of this. But to increase participation, I think that all of these activities showed how the importance of joy in approaching them both attracts people and improves their experience and their participation. Through the example of the Living Lab, we see how consciously increasing awareness at our academic campuses and is leading to creation of a biophilic, eco-friendly campus, one in which students are directly engaged in the development and maintenance of such a campus. So the key words from this first session on the activities that we heard about, I think, are creativity, engagement, interconnectedness, joy that stems from participation in these activities, and that leads to increased awareness, participation, and ultimately transformation at both individual and societal levels. So I just want to thank these very interesting and provocative presentations and I look forward to the next session.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Joanne, for this really perfect guidance and a fantastic summary. I would just to add maybe that if something should become sustainable, then it can be only something that is enjoyed by people. We cannot try to establish something against the idea of enjoying it, what we are doing it, and I think that's the key point. I thank all the presenters to have sharpened this idea through the various examples, and that was really insightful and very rich in the presentation. Maybe we'll have a little bit more time at the very end. If Raminder could stay with us, that would be fantastic to discuss her different concept of joy, and but we can further develop that maybe later on. Now we will have a break of half an hour roughly until 1 o'clock our time in 27 minutes. We will restart the conference with a presentation by the president of the Club of Rome, Paul Srivastava, and then we will have the following session. So hope to see you again in 27 minutes, and enjoy the little break, and looking forward to continue in a couple of minutes. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, everybody. See you later soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome back to the next part of our conference. First of all, we will present the second welcome address by the president of the Club of Rome, Paul Srivastava. He is originally from India and is now a professor in the US, but working especially also mainly as the president of the Club of Rome. After that, I will give the floor to Melba. She is presenting our next session on health. So Melba, you can just take over immediately after the end of the video by Paul Srivastava. Okay, thank you. Video up, please. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, I'm Paul Srivastava, co-president of the Club of Rome and professor at the Pennsylvania State University. Thank you to Benna Verlin for this opportunity to share some thoughts about living sustainably with joy and satisfaction. This is a very important topic and very under-researched and underexplored. Even though joy and sorrow are emotions we experience daily, we rarely think about how they connect to sustainable living. They are vital but forgotten elements of sustainability. We strive for sustainable living through our joys and sorrows, and sustainable living is manifested in them. So I want to congratulate the Jena Declaration for bringing a focus to this topic. And I want to illustrate the connection of joy and satisfaction with sustainable living through two personal stories. The first story is about my pet dog, Delphi, who was part of our family for 8 years. We loved and pampered Delphi in all sorts of impossible ways. We got her when she was a few months old, and we were in our late 60s. In the 8 years that she was with us, we became older and more fragile, and Delphi became stronger and more frisky. As a result, she caused us to fall multiple times. No amount of training and precaution seemed to work, and risks of falling continued to grow. Eventually, we had to rehome her. Giving up a pet is a sad experience. It broke our heart. We wept over it, but the sadness at having to separate from Delphi gave us a new appreciation of dogs and animals in general. We learned a lot about animal shelters, animal adoption processes, pet foster homes, animal safety, and lives of animals. We met animal rights activists. We experienced the compassion and sympathies of our friends, but also of strangers from various pet shelters. Eventually, on seeing Delphi happy in another home, gave us immense joy. Sadness and joy all morphed into a new appreciation of animals and all forms of life. It helped us to develop a new perspective on life and living in ways that regenerate life. My second story is about dieting for satisfaction. Recently, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. My doctor put me on a diet and some medications, and he said that my diet was to practice mindful eating, which in his terms meant I could eat any amount of anything at any time, as long as it truly gave me satisfaction. I had to seriously and truthfully apply this criteria of satisfaction to every piece of food or drink that I consumed. This, I found out later, is not a trivial exercise. It forced me to rethink everything about food: its nutritional value, its emotional value, its social value, its ingredients, its provenance, its processing, and the commerce, trade, and logistics underlying food. And most importantly, whether it really and truly was satisfying to me. A few months of doing this kind of questioning completely changed my consumption pattern, not only of food, but also of other things that I consumed. So much of my consumption until then had been unmindful, habitual, conformist, social, or occasion driven. It was not healthy nor satisfying. I learned a lot about food and a lot about what satisfies me. The key lesson for me from these experiences was that sustainable living is regenerative and mindful living. Nothing gives life, more meaning than joys, sorrows, and satisfaction. I hope that this conference will allow deep analysis, but also deep experience of joys and satisfaction among participants. My heartiest best wishes for a successful gathering. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul, for your wonderful examples. Now I'm handing over to Melba for taking over the floor and guide us through the section 2 of our conference. Thank you, Melba.
Thank you. Warm greetings to all distinguished participants, colleagues, and fellow advocates for a joyful and sustainable future. I am Melba Angni, the Director of the International Affairs and Linkages of Mindanao State University in the Philippines. The focal person also on gender and development in my university. And of course, the Jena Declaration Ambassador for the Philippines and the Southeast Asia. It is my honor to chair this session entitled Health as Prerequisite for Joyful Sustainability. My personal journey as TJD ambassador has been deeply rooted in a personal and professional mission to weave the principles of the Jena Declaration into every space I speak, teach, and engage with, be it in the universities, government agencies, civil society, or international platforms. Across the Philippines and Southeast Asia, I have witnessed how the message of joyful sustainability resonates, particularly when it is grounded in culture, community, and care. As TJD ambassador, I have duplicated myself to my friends, my students, my colleagues at Mindanao State University. Some of them are here right now, not to support me, but to support the Jena Declaration. Hello to my colleagues and students who are here from Mindanao State University. Thank you for joining us. In today's session, we will hear from speakers whose work demonstrates how health-centered initiatives spark joy and strengthen sustainability. Let us now open the session with hope, energy, and joyful imagination as we listen to our presenters and engage in meaningful dialogue together. The first speaker in this session will talk on joint session by Earth 5R, connecting inner and planetary sustainability. In this presentation, Earth 5R demonstrates how sustainability can be a source of joy, fulfillment, and empowerment. We showcase real-world situations and solutions from our global network and highlight the role of youth in the green economy transition. Through case studies and innovative approaches, we show how sustainability can be understood as a path to personal and community transformation. Participants will also experience a 10-minute mindfulness session in their initiative, Connecting Inner and Planetary Sustainability. That is how the Earth 5R initiates their activities and their initiatives along this area. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Saurabh Gupta, he's actually a former monk and the founder of Earth 5R from India. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Malava. And thank you everyone for today's session. And I really appreciate this opportunity and this platform. It's an amazing platform. And it's a very right kind of discussion at a very right time because the world is changing and we have to change the way we look at sustainability. So just a quick introduction. I am Saurabh Gupta and I started Earth 5R 10 years back. And before starting Earth 5R, I used to come from a corporate background. I was working with a coffee company in India called Cafe Coffee Day as head of human resource and employee engagement, and I was also handling CSR. And I had become extremely unhealthy at the workplace because how it is, the corporate life is like that. You eat a lot, you drink a lot of coffee, and it is literally a mindless lifestyle where you're just running from paycheck to paycheck and you're literally living for the weekend. So there's a kind of lifestyle happened. There was a prank in the office where somebody nominated me for a cycling marathon. I was extremely overweight, but I took that dare, I took that challenge, and I cycled. I in fact bought a bicycle because I didn't have a bicycle. So why I'm telling this story, because this is how you will see how everything starts unfolding and how what we're doing today is there's a story that there's a link here. So anyways, I did the cycling and it felt impossible, but somehow I tried to finish that marathon. And after that, since I had a bicycle, started going to office on bicycle, and days by days passed and I started feeling better from inside. I started feeling healthier and started losing weight also. And after a few months, I started achieving a bit of a clarity of mind. And I think around 6 months' time, I really decided that I don't want to do corporate job anymore. I want to do something different. So I decided to go on travel. So next 2 years down the line, I was cycling around Africa, Asia, and Europe. I finished 50,000 kilometers cycling around the world, and it was completely mindless. I was only thinking about next kilometer every. So there was no thought as such. But I learned a lot about sustainability because cycling is a very slow journey. You talk to local people. It's a very slow. You observe a lot, and that was a big change in my outlook towards sustainability. I saw a lot of local practices, especially in countries in Africa, a lot of countries in Asia. I saw a lot of local sustainability practices, and I felt that the world doesn't know about their basic lifestyle. And like simple things like, for example, in a lot of countries, like for example in India, we eat roti, like which is we make our fresh bread every day. And I used to say that imagine if billions of people, like it's a large population, decide to, if you're not eating roti that is freshly prepared, and if you were buying bread from a store, imagine how much of carbon footprint we would be generating, which we are not currently generating because we're making fresh in home every day. So those are very, very simple, insights, and every culture has their own insights. Every country has their own insights. But the problem is that we're not learning from each other because we are too fast. We are not slowing down. So that was done. But down the line, I started Earth 5R back in India after finishing my journey. The idea was to work, first of all, change my own home, like walking the talk. So first I started segregating at home and, living more simpler lifestyle at home itself, and change my home into I always used to say that this is a small piece of planet. This is my planet, like small house. This is a piece of planet. So the way I want to treat the planet is the way I treat things in home also. Slowly, my neighbors got influenced, the building got influenced, so the building became zero waste. We started rainwater harvesting, we started doing rooftop, gardening, vertical gardening, very basic things, but the building became a model building. And then the news spread in nearby buildings, we started working in nearby buildings also. Then we felt there is a lake, where I live, there's a lake, it's called Poway Lake. So we felt that there's a lot of waste, so we started going and cleaning the lake on the weekends. And then we said, okay, we segregate the waste. We started repurposing the waste that was coming out of we said, let's not just clean up, but we have to analyze what is in the waste. So we started understanding that There's a lot of plastic bottles. People are going to celebrate their birthday. So there's a lot of stuff which is related with birthday, single-use plastic. So we started educating local people that, look at this picture, the kind of waste that you're getting. You have to understand the proportion. It's a lifestyle issue. So if you want a clean lake, then we have to somewhere walk on our lifestyles, or the way we live is also very important. So these are very simple things, but that made a very profound impact. It eventually became a very big project. Thousands of citizens got involved. Slowly it started reaching out in more cities, and eventually into multiple countries. Down the line, I got an invitation from the French government. I got opportunity to meet Mr. Macron for a leadership award, and that is how we got a bigger exposure with Paris Peace Forum and things. And the journey is pretty long, but the idea is that millions of citizens got involved in this program, because this entire thing was about walking the talk. It was lifestyle management. So there were certain things that we inculcated in our program, which is like we believe that let's not try to save the planet. I think it's not right that we cannot save the planet. Actually, we have to save ourselves, because for me, the origin of the entire story was into health, my own health. So I always believe that people are more concerned about themselves, rather than about the planet. So if we change our approach, we start talking about, ourselves. If we look into inside, I think a green plant is just an outcome. It's just a byproduct. So I prepared a few slides here from a particular program that we run, which is called as Mindful Wholeness, which is about how to be mindful while living a more wholesome life. And when I say more wholesome, it's a balance. It's not that, you don't have to be extremist of being, because sustainability is about balance. It's about finding that balance that works for you. So when I say mindful wholeness, is about living a more wholesome life where we live with basics, but we don't look for something that is too much extra. So we have run a program where around 65,000 people have participated in this program, and we have collected data from 10,000 plus citizens where they have actually engaged into mindfulness program, and we have collected data before and after. So I'll share some of the data, but I'll share some of the slides. Can I share the slides? Can I share my screen?
Please go ahead.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is about connecting inner and planetary sustainability. So mindfulness meets sustainability. So what Earthfire is currently India's largest environmental organization, and we have 1.3 million citizens involved. We represent 65 countries, and it's a UNESCO recognized environmental organization. We have an app which citizens use for taking local action. The app is available in 65 countries, and we have 1.3 million citizens involved. 60,000 people are actually taking on-ground action out of that. And we have 80,000 recorded action, which is data oriented, on which a lot of research articles are currently being written. So why do so many people who care about the planet still act in ways that harm it? That's a very important question. And sometimes we wonder. So it's clearly not about lack of knowledge. It's not lack of awareness, because with social media, everybody knows about environmental issues and people know what harms the planet. The real issue is the lack of alignment between mind, action, and values. These three things, mind, our own mind, our own action, and the values that we set. So this is a lack of alignment that is creating the issue. So the real issue is not lack of knowledge. That is what I wanted to highlight. The blind spot in sustainability. So we know what to do, we just don't do it because we know the facts, but it's a habit that is a real issue. And also sustainability fails when action comes from, because if it is coming from guilt, fear, or pressure, like you always say that, planet is in crisis, fishes are dying, ocean is full of plastic. There's a lot of, the message is full of guilt, fear, or pressure. So it overwhelms people, and people think the problem is so huge that we can't fix it. So it's very important to step back and look into the smaller chunk and where do we fit in the picture? We don't have to fix the entire planet. We just need to look into ourselves, and we have to look at what is there for us in this entire picture. We're drawing information, but we're starving from inner alignment, which is again coming back to, I think, what Paul Srivastava, Mr. Paul Srivastava was also telling, is something aligned with that we need a new mental model for sustainability. That is very, very important. And that is what I said in the beginning of my discussion, that it is a very right time, and I really appreciate this platform. I really appreciate this agenda for this conference, which is more about wholesomeness. That is very, very important. So this is a new model that we need to, and the time is just right. The missing layer is, and you can see that global climate conferences are being organized, climate reports are being published, CSR funds are being allocated, so many campaigns are going viral. So why the behavioral change is not happening? That is, we're stuck on that. So this is Earth 5R's inner sustainability framework, which is, we always believe in these three models, which is, first of all, it always starts with inner sustainability, which is mindfulness, emotional regulation, understanding values, that what are our values? That's very important. Then looking into behavioral shift, which could be from conscious food, shopping, transport, energy, which is basically a second layer. And planetary impact is always a third part, which is an outcome. Before mindfulness, let's just imagine that what happens for a typical citizen in the morning. Person wakes up, they wake up tired, then they scroll the apps, they're flooded by alerts and so many messages. They start the day with phone, and then they're eating, morning is a rush. They don't sit and eat. In fact, they're running and eating, and a lot of what people are eating these days is full of junk and full of processed food and sugar and carbs. And shopping from depletion, like they feel there's a bit of a sense that if we shop, we buy something, we'll feel better. And then a lot of craving, obviously we end up producing a lot of waste, and which is how the planet is paying the price. What I wanted to highlight, that this is the autopilot consumer that we are becoming these days. And this is the outcome. This is being tired, being consuming, producing waste, feeling guilt because of it. Again, we are tired, we consume, and that is how we feel exhausted. When we do mindfulness, when we slow down, what happens? We wake up more relaxed, we breathe, we feel the body, we feel our environment, we open the window, we look at the sunshine, our body rhythm, the biological clock starts, we eat slowly, we buy less, we pause before every habit, which we'll do it now in a practice also. And we feel connected with the world, we feel connected with the environment, with the ecosystem, we feel connected with air we breathe, rather than feeling overwhelmed. So we have this data, we have huge amount of data. The data I was talking, this is around 10,000 plus people who have done these programs with our 5R, and we collect these data, and the data shows that the green commute has increased from 45% to 60%. And this included cycling, walking, carpooling, or so many ways of transport, but people have made shift after these sessions. And this is data before and after 1 month. So they took this program, and after 1 month, they have reported these things. And these are all self-reported by Google Forms. So all the data is coming from people, from the users, and it's all tracked data. Lot of changes have happened in terms of buying. It has reduced by 45% in terms of fast fashion buying. So from 2.86 items per month to 1.57, which is pretty substantial considering people are bombarded every single day, so many times on a day on social media for products that they can buy. Then in terms of how impact on local businesses, because part of this module, we also talk to people and understand and analyze and share data about local buying, that whether they have shops nearby. We have seen a massive shift in shopping behavior, although local shopping is not that convenient because you can always get products sitting at home, but people have made shift, and considering as a behavior, we consider as a major shift in the behavior, because there's a major shift in terms of shopping app is also happening. So many shopping apps are coming now, and they're making big money. They have a lot of discounts. So considering that, if people have still switched, it's a big leap. Then obviously it has impact on plastic usage also, because people have bought less amount of plastic. They have produced less waste also. So it has dropped by 29%. Then in terms of meat consumption has reduced by 50%, which is a lot. So that was also another, because obviously we all know that a lot of meat consumption also adds to greenhouse gases. So the hidden formula is that we don't lead with save the planet formula. We don't say that let's save the planet, but we rather say that feel better in your body and mind. So you take care of your breath and your mind. The mind calms down, your choices change. There's a small shift happens. It doesn't happen overnight, but eventually with regular practice, it does happen. Life simplifies, and the beneficiary is the planet and ourselves both. That is a hidden formula. Next step is, like, obviously now we'll be doing a mindfulness session, but before we do a session, I'll invite my colleague Ritu, who will speak from her experience, and she'll also share that how young people are participating in the climate movement, and then we'll do a mindfulness session. Yeah.
Hello everyone, this is Ritu Vishwakarma, and I have, throughout the journey of my Earth by Heart, I have attended multiple sessions of mindfulness, which Saurabh arranged for us. And throughout the mindfulness session, I would like to say that many a times we often live in this phase of spiraling thoughts, where it's just cluttered. Our mind is just cluttered with hundred of tabs open at once, and we just don't know how to progress with those thoughts. And just one step, it is the most difficult step, which is to initiate. But if you just take this initial step, most of our problems are solved at this step itself. Many a times we don't know how to be there for ourselves. We might be there for our loved ones, for the people we work with, but we often forget to be with ourselves. But mindfulness actually teaches you how to take a pause and reflect back to those hundred thoughts which is spiraling in your mind, and then keeping a calm behavior and all those things. Especially as a person who belongs to a science background, and many a times I really want myself to be very calm during, especially during the application process, reaching the deadlines of research deadlines. And mindfulness actually teaches you many ways of how you can just be grounded at the most difficult parts of your life, most difficult phases of your life. It might seem very difficult for you, to begin the journey of mindfulness, but it is actually really helpful. It has helped me to overcome lot of issues. Like I used to experience severe anxiety, severe this phase of overthinking, and I'm sure that many of us do experience these things on a daily basis. I think every human goes through this phase of just living in that anxiety phase and overthinking with hundreds of thoughts.
Recording
and it
in
is quite
progress.
normal. I would say it is quite normal for every human being to go through that phase. But what is very courageous is to take a step for yourself to overcome those overthinking thoughts, those anxiety. It might seem very difficult, but again, as I said, it's just that one step. If you take that one step, many things actually change. Yeah. Thank you so much.
So now I'll quickly take you through a very short mindfulness session. So in this, I'm audible?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Okay. So I'll quickly take you through a short mindfulness session. So this is an idea when Benno was talking to me about this entire program, and I felt that if you could do a live session, it would be a different kind of conference where participants can also experience, and for a lot of people it's a new idea. Or although mindfulness and meditation, something like this has been existing for longest, so that I think this is one of the oldest practice ever, and it has been part of every religion in some way. But to practice it, the practice, the entire thing has changed so much. It has diluted down the line. So I thought it would be good to look into the context of business or academics or normal day-to-day life. So I'll take you quickly through a 10-minute session, and after that, if we still have time, I'll be happy to do Q&A. You can ask questions. You have any specific methods that you want to learn, and you can always reach out to me. Feel free, but that option is also open. So the basic is it is about being mindfulness, like being mindful. It is all about slowing down, living in the moment, being present where we are, and looking at the reality, not in the future, not in the past. And mindfulness is completely opposed to multitasking. So very important thing is that we also need to not multitask, because multitasking puts a lot of pressure on the brain, on our mind, and it is anti-mindfulness basically. So are you ready? All right. So what we'll do is, like, wherever you're sitting, first of all, get comfortable in your chair, wherever you're sitting, just get comfortable. Take 3 deep breaths and release. One more time, take a deep breath and release. One last time, take a deep breath and release. Now from bottom to the top, we'll start relaxing your body parts. As I name the body part, just feel it. And if possible, please close your eyes so that it is easy for you, because when you have closed your eyes, you're actually not multitasking, because when you're looking and feeling, it's multitasking. So start with your feet relaxed, feet relaxed, your calf muscles relaxed and easy, knee relaxed, your thigh muscles relaxed and easy, lower back comfortable and relaxed, your back muscles relaxed, abdomen released and relaxed, and your upper chest area and the back area released and relaxed, your shoulder relaxed, neck area relaxed, all the vital organs feel they're relaxed, arms relaxed, forearms and fingers relaxed, your facial muscles relaxed, teeth separated, jaws relaxed, emotions completely relaxed, eyes heavy, forehead relaxed, even the skin of the hair, skin and the head, everything is relaxed. Now, take a moment to feel the weight of your body wherever you're sitting, the support of the chair or the place you're sitting beneath you. Feel it. There is nowhere to go, nothing to fix. Just be here. Again, take a deep inhale and relax. Now let your breath come and go naturally. Easy breathing, no forceful breathing. You don't have to control it. Just notice it like a background music. You're not here to focus. You're here to relax. Feel the air entering through your nose and gently leave your body. If your mind drifts, it's okay. Let it wander. Don't worry, it will come back. Don't try to focus on not thinking. If thoughts come, let them come. Just observe them from distance. This entire session is about not focusing, it's about defocusing. You're always taught to focus. You must focus at work, but it is very important to defocus also so that you can be yourself. So defocus and release all the control on everything, all the thoughts that you have. All you need to do is just observe them from a distance without getting attached, without judging. If you find yourself judging something or paying attention to something, just name that emotion. Let's say if you're waiting for the session to get over, tell yourself feeling impatient, feeling impatient, feeling impatient. If you find yourself, if you feel any sensation in your body, like pain or itching, just name it, feeling pain, pain, feeling itchy. Or if you are thinking about somebody or judging them, just say judging, judging. You're just tagging your thoughts from a distance, the way we tag on Instagram, same tagging. Just observing, not participating, just observing. Because if you participate, you are trapped in those thoughts. But if you observe, you're free. Just like you're sitting in a theater and a drama is going on. You're just observer. You know it's just drama. So if there is any thought coming, it is either coming from the past or coming from the future, and you're living in the present. In present, you're only observing them. So observe and observe your thoughts. Take few minutes to observe. You're free, you're relaxed, and you're yourself. You are not your thoughts. You're the awareness behind those thoughts. Think about your favorite food that you crave for. Look it in front of your eyes while your eyes closed. Just imagine that. Your favorite food, whatever it is, pizza, burger, whatever it is, think about it. Do you really need it? Or it's just a craving, or it's just a passing thought? Is it just the taste? How does it feel after eating it? Sometimes we feel bad after eating it. We are too full, and then we don't feel free. We get attached to the feelings afterwards. Think about the products that you want to buy, shopping, the craving that we get, and after buying, we use it once, twice. We don't have the same craving that time. We don't have the same excitement. And then we're moving to the next thing. So that's the attachment, which is a problem. So we're learning to observe. We're learning to slow down. We're learning to live in the moment. And we are also learning that this moment is precious. We're happy, we're healthy. We have all those things at this moment that makes us who we are. So why do we worry about the future? Future will take care of itself. Open your eyes whenever you're ready. Take a deep breath one last time and relax. Now, I would like to invite you all for questions and answers. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. So since we have 5 more minutes, so I'll tell more about this method. So the idea is that the idea is that when we are sitting in a particular moment, we live in that moment, and there is something called as X and Y axis. So imagine that there's X axis where there is your thoughts, and X axis is where you're breathing, and X axis is where your X is X is the vertical, so X is where your breathing is, Y is your this one is your the horizontal one is your is your breathing, and the vertical is your thoughts. So you will see yourself going and thinking, and it goes up, but what you need to do is like try to bring yourself back to breathing. It becomes like this. So you will know that thoughts come and go, they come and go. It's just like waves. Or another model is also that it's like being a surfer, how surfer, the thoughts are like waves, they come and go, but the surfer is the smarter one. It learns how to ride on those waves because it doesn't get trapped. If the surfer gets trapped on the wave, it will drown. So learning to ride on the wave, that is what you do in mindfulness. So mindfulness is not about focusing, but is about defocusing. It's about stillness. It's about living in the moment and observing the thoughts, not controlling the thoughts. It's not about controlling your mind. In fact, it's about losing the control. It's not about gaining anything. Actually, it's about losing everything that holds us. So this is all from my side, and if you need any more information, I'm going to send you a PDF catalog later on that will be circulated to you with some information about step-by-step guide how to do mindfulness. Thank you. We have some nice feedback coming.
Saurabh, is that over?
Yeah, it is over. Yes.
Thank you so much. It was such a wonderful experience we had. Thank you so much. And I think everyone agrees with me that we have learned how the Earth 5R is doing things. And it's really, I feel such a renewal of spirit. I feel renewed after the experience.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And so thank you very much, Saurabh, for sharing your very interesting sharing this today. And so let's proceed to the next speaker. The next speaker will be sharing to us the topic on collaborative health, the case of Maimiat. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, it's
Maimiat.
Mimiat.
Mimiat Health. Mimiat offers a free, inclusive app for chronic care, available in multiple languages, helping users manage their health proactively. By focusing on habits like diet and symptom tracking, they promote sustainability principles, mindful resource use, collaboration, and respect for internal and external environments. Their Health for Community initiative in collaboration with local partners like pharmacies and NGOs creates a resilient support network that embodies joy and self-empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Suraj Kumar Lakmandas, the founder and CEO of Mimiat Health of España.
Hi, everyone. It's a huge pleasure being here. And first of all, a big thank you to all of you, and happy to share what we are doing. And now I will proceed with sharing my screen. 1 second. You should be seeing now. Can you see the screen? Perfect.
Yes.
So, as a founder of Mimiat Health, first of all, I would like to start that this journey starts since I was 18, and since I started with my own chronic condition, and I can for sure say that it affected very strongly to my life. And as it was like a chronic digestive condition, and starting at 18, when you are just starting your career and your educational path, it's something that it mentally affects you a lot, especially with the continuous flare-ups and such, and it affects your emotional state. You start feel depressed, you start feel not being joyful, and you feel that is there something else that I can do in my life now that I've started this condition? So this is what the inspiration behind Mimiat Health, a venture that I started back in 2023 when I was just 24, and which meant to bring not only technology for people's life, but also making sure that we brought impact to people's lives. So how we could improve it more beyond the technology, how we could bring the community effect, and how we could make sure that people were being supported, because we know that anxiety is such an important part of chronic condition. So we wanted that they felt supported throughout their condition. So I will just give you a preview of what Mimiat Health is, so you understand a bit better. And what we aim via Mimiat Health is to aggregate all patients' data. So we offer an entirely free tool. That's our commitment to society and to chronic patients. And this is something that it was my pledge for other patients, that how they could use a platform in which they could gather all this data and they could share in real time with their healthcare providers. So it's an entirely free tool that it's available already in Europe and in Africa as well, in Kenya specifically. And we offer it entirely for patients in which they can gather patient-reported data from medical devices, clinical reports, wearables. But of course, as I was saying, that is the technological part that we want, that they can leverage technology to identify flare-ups and to improve their health. But now it's also important that they feel supported since the start of this journey. So of course, we explained that we covered like different conditions such as gastrointestinal, which was my personal experience. So that was the first module that we launched. Then we transitioned to cardiovascular, respiratory, chronic pain, and these are the modules that we are working. So we always explain that we want this connection and bridge to be made so patients can really feel supported and connected and they can share in real time how they are feeling. And that this data list is leveraged by the healthcare providers to provide them a much more personalized treatments and to avoid potential flare-ups, which have a huge impact on their life. This is a bit also the work that we are trying to do. And our idea is that we want to do SMS integration. So we want to make sure that everyone feels accessible and everyone feels supported in this journey and offering like a multilingual platform here and making sure that no one is left behind. And that's always our work that we try to do, that everyone does feel supported. And that is the work that we try to do with all our stakeholders, that they see that how we can bring impact to from each and every patient. So there is no any bias. Here it's just a bit on how this works, of course, how patients and providers work, a bit also that we have been receiving institutional backing as well, in which they have supported and acknowledged all the work that we are doing and all the strong social impact that we have towards patient. And much more now coming to the initiative that I have been personally creating since the beginning of 2025, that it's called Impact for Community. And that was meant and then to be created to support patients throughout their chronic condition journey. So the idea was that we could bring different stakeholders who could support patients in their lives in different aspects, but they made sure that they were never felt alone, especially because there are many patients who are still, they don't have their families or they are far from their families or they are just suffering in silence. And when we couple that with the fact that they suffer higher anxiety due to their chronic condition, it leads that they are not joyful, they don't feel happy with what they do. It affects their like productivity as well. And much more, they are not happy with themselves, which potentially sometimes even leads to suicide cases as well, as it has been reported by many verified sources too. So that's why we brought all this ecosystem in which our idea was that different stakeholders could take part of, such as pharmacies, healthcare institutions, independent providers, NGOs, and sports team as well. So we tried to come up with these stakeholders who could actually have a direct impact, a much more focused impact, in which they could feel that they are actually having and they are being able to help. So how it works is that, for example, with pharmacies, if we focus, they are providing ongoing support right now, and they are giving support via guidance on the medication that patients have to take. Many patients still are not aware for the medicines that they need to take, or they are still not aware what is their chronic condition about. So basically, these pharmacies, they become like a spokesperson. So they are guiding them with tools, resources on how they could navigate. For example, healthcare providers, lead independent providers or healthcare institutions are using such technology to identify these flare-ups. So overall, they can come to the point of clinical remission. And this helps that they, at the end of the day, it helps them to live better, to live joyfully, and to make sure that they don't feel sad at any point. And much more here, the bigger work that we are doing is with NGOs and foundations, and especially sports teams as well, in which they actually bring them into the spotlight, making sure that they feel supported and raising awareness regarding their condition and making sure that they are not left behind. So coming up with, I selected a couple of case studies which have been the most successful so far since we started this year. And the first case study is with a small club in Barcelona, which is the Club Esportiu Terra Negra, which is a football club, and which is specially dedicated to fostering inclusion for children with disabilities. And these children especially have they are suffering with some chronic conditions as well. And this club specially takes such children, they put them in a team, and they make sure that they feel much more part of a community, but they also get the visibility that they need. the collaboration that we reached with them is to empower and to give visibility in an international stage, given that Terra Negra is a very local club and it's focused only in a specific Barcelona region. And thanks to our international approach, we wanted to make sure that they get that global visibility, that they can also get funding chances to further expand such initiative across Spain and across Europe as well, and which especially children can enter in a much more in a sport in which they can feel part of something much more big, in which they can feel that they are not alone in this journey. And also this way we could see that their parents were much more involved and they were also feeling much more supported when 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 being with their children in that sense. So for example, now in July or August, we will have a tournament in which again it will be organized by Terra Negra, in which we will be giving support to making sure that they feel that they get that they get the international visibility, but also if we can much more bringing them funding opportunities or also global recognition for their initiatives. And the second case that it has been quite a success and that we are working currently since 2023. It has been with the school, which is ETP Xavier. In this case, it's focused much more to empower the next generation of healthcare providers. There is a tie between Terra Negra and this school as well, and much more in this support system that we are creating is to empower the next generations of dietitians and nutritionists. In this way, providing them a technology that at the end of the day, it allows them to much more attend patients which are in low income areas. And this way, they also can bring this impact into their scope of work too. And that is why we wanted to work with this school specifically, because they don't have that larger pool of resources to go with bigger partnerships or such, but making sure that they also felt included when digitalizing all their educational system, but also making sure that they felt supported and their students felt supported as well. Much more coming to what patients are saying about this initiative is that at the end of the day, it's impact beyond technology. As I was saying, it's of course much more easy to have a product and launch it for sure, in which at the end of the day, it comes to the point of having a product and making sure that the patients can use it. But we wanted to go a step forward and much more coming from my own experience as well. And this was making sure that no patient feels left behind. And this is something that patients have been appreciated, not only for the fact that the technology itself is free, but also for the fact that they have a network of support in which they can rely anytime that they feel anxious, anytime that they feel that they are alone or they don't have anyone to support. So they have these key stakeholders in which they appear as soon as they want. So, and this has been the general feedback, that, for example, the last one, that it was something that it was coming from a patient who was elderly, and he was saying that, of course, living with a chronic condition, it was a curse. But thanks to our initiative, it was being helpful for him, because at the end of the day, he could speak with a network and he could share how was he feeling and to understand much more how could he improve his lifestyle as well. And at the end of the day, this is an initiative that we have started just this year. We have just very few collaborations, but of course, with our limited pool of resources, we are trying to do our best and making sure that we could bring this impact into more community too. In Asia, specifically in India, given that I'm also an Indian origin citizen, also I've been trying to outreach over there. So of course, we want to bring this emission as soon as in different countries as we can, and making sure that all these patients can feel supported from right away rather than just feeling alone. And if we can save lives through this initiative, that will be our biggest win to what we are doing. And that was much more from my side, but now I would like to have like an open conversation with all of you, and of course like sharing much more insights and answering all the questions that you might have.
Okay, if you have any question to our speaker. Okay, I would like to start with mine.
Yeah, sure.
I really appreciate the way you're doing things in terms of the support system to those who have chronic illnesses and they need some support. And you're making use of digital technology in order to provide that a particular support that patients or those who, because they're, as you said earlier, they only know that they are in trouble. They do not share it to anyone, but here's the app, and they can openly have sharing on how they feel, how they, if in case they need some support. Okay. However, in terms of your partnership with pharmacies, I am very much interested because sometimes health medical services are actually very much economic in nature, okay? And so there are areas wherein medical practitioners do not allow patients to be taking medicines without proper prescription, okay? And personally, I take it as it's because, of course, if there are similar diagnosis, and then we could say, okay, you can also take this one, similar to what other patient is taking, but medical practitioners do not allow that. And so when they make use of the app, is it not offending our medical practitioners who really demand a proper prescription from them?
No, at the end of the day, at least the context in Europe and specifically in Spain is that pharmacies are complementing the efforts of healthcare providers. In this case, you have prescribed medicines by the healthcare provider, which is expected by the pharmacy, but the pharmacy always it's a guiding point. So in fact, literally they put news whenever there is like a medication coming in the TV as an advertisement. At the end of the day, they say, go to your pharmacy and ask to the pharmacist about this medication. So pharmacies, at least in the European context and specifically in the Spanish context, play a big role, given that they are much more a reference point for the patient since years, since decades. So this makes much more a trust relation that they built, and always they seek the first opinion or the second opinion with the pharmacist. In this case, they have their healthcare providers in which they give them support and the required medicines. But there is another like support system which was provided by the pharmacist, and that is a much more close relationship that they have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So any question to our speaker? Okay, here is a question from Emmanuel. He says, with respect to this digital health technology using mobile.
Yeah, here I'm reading it. So this is something that we are currently working with, and here we are planning to integrate SMS based tool in which, of course, they can access via SMS. Even now, the aim is that even they don't rely on the app itself, or if they do so, they don't fully depend on having internet network. And this way, at least they can share this data in real time. So at the end of the day, all these variables that they can input are fully standardized, so they can just much more via SMS make sure that they reach them. Of course, we are making sure that this still goes even far beyond. So we making sure that even if it's in worse conditions, so they can still the data is being reached. So we are finding the best way. But after like launching it entirely for free, our next steps was now that we are working with the SMS technology. But after that, we are still seeking other technologies to make it even more inclusive for those regions in which even like SMS technology might not work fully.
Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward for that, your initiative to be shared across the globe and in my case, across Southeast Asia and the Philippines. So is there any other question for our speaker? Okay, being none, let's proceed to the last speaker in this session. Thank you very much, Suraj, for sharing your health for community service or impact for community. And so our last speaker in this session will be talking on the topic culturalizing healthcare, the case of Center of Inclusive Care. The presentation explores two key aspects of sustainability and joy. First, they discuss how mental health interventions can help individuals rediscover joy and motivation, enabling them to actively engage in sustainable actions. Through therapeutic approaches, the Center of Inclusive Care clients have gained emotional resilience and a renewed sense of purpose. And second, they examine how integrating local cultural values and traditions into mental health care can promote sustainable, joyful behaviors, fostering community support and harmony with nature. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Fariha Zian, the head of the Special Education Needs and Senior Holistic Care Officer at Center of Inclusive Care, Pakistan.
Thank you so much. Just checking, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Jena Declaration. Thank you, Dr. Benno and Dr. Martin for the invitation. I am so honored to speak to all of you about culturalizing mental health care. I'll just be sharing my screen. Please give me a moment. Is everyone able to see the full screen? Perfect. Okay, so as I was so nicely introduced, I will be exploring joy, sustainability, and cultural sensitivity in mental health interventions, particularly in the context of Pakistan. So I work for a multidisciplinary therapy center called Center of Inclusive Care, located in Karachi, Pakistan. Our endeavor is to create and work towards a more inclusive society. And our co-founder, who could not be here today, basically believes in a systemic approach to intervention. Our vision is that we hold the systems that hold the child. So that basically means that we work with all the systems around our client in order to ensure the best possible care. Here are some things we offer. We offer therapies. Since we're multidisciplinary, we offer things like psychological assessments, counseling. We offer behavioral therapy, speech, occupational and remedial therapy. We offer trainings and workshops to upskill our professionals because mental health is a very up and coming field in Pakistan. We develop projects and initiatives, international and local collaborations to spread awareness on mental health and inclusion. And all of our team is held to the highest international standards to be safe practitioners, ethically, personally, and just throughout all the services that they give. So essentially, why does culturalized care matter in this context? In mental health, one size does not fit all. And in Pakistan, the urgency of culturalized care cannot be overstated. Our communities often express distress through various ways, physical symptoms, spiritual idioms, or relational tensions. They may not have the clinical language to express how they're feeling. So when care is offered in frameworks imported without any sort of adaptation, meaning Western frameworks, perhaps that may not apply to a South Asian population like Pakistan, it can miss the mark entirely. Culturalized care means meeting people where they are, with language, values, and metaphors that make sense in their world. It's about creating space for mental health conversations that feel safe, dignified, and relevant, whether that's in a clinic or at home or through even a video call. So at Center of Inclusive Care, CIC for short, we found that when people feel culturally understood, they are more open, more engaged, more likely to continue their healing journey. And this journey and this healing is what can lead to joy and the ability to carry out sustainable actions. So I'm just going to go through a brief literature review based on all the studies that have taken place in Pakistan that support the theory that culturalized care is able to produce joy and sustainable action. So in the first study mentioned here, Shoaib and Khan, they demonstrate the promise of mindfulness-based interventions in improving emotional regulation and life purpose. Their study explored mindfulness as a non-pharmacological approach for managing stress, anxiety, and depressive symptoms in Pakistani populations. Our next study, Culturally Adapted CBT by Naeem, shows how culturally adapted CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, effectively reduces depressive symptoms. This randomized control trial tested a pre-tailored CPT model in Urdu, which is our language. So basically adapting all the Western methods into our own language, highlighting its acceptability and clinical effectiveness, especially in low resource settings where there might not be enough education to understand English. Then our next study, Alvi et al., emphasized that adapting global psychological tools to local contexts enhance resilience and long-term behavioral change. Their work focused on translating and piloting psychological assessment and intervention tools in line with social cultural norms in Pakistan. Bostanis et al. Highlight how community-focused mental health approaches improve social cohesion and foster collective well-being in the context of Pakistan. They used a train-the-trainer model to raise mental health awareness among youth and community leaders. And finally, Kamran et al. Presented that integrating family systems into therapy aligns with Pakistan's collectivist culture. Their study examined how involving families in therapeutic process leads to more sustainable outcomes for individuals with emotional and behavioral challenges. So basically, all of these studies suggest that culturally grounded interventions that are adapted to become relevant to the population we're serving, they don't only support emotional well-being better, but they also enable individuals and communities to engage more in sustained and meaningful action in their own community. So of course, that's the literature review, which means that's a review of the studies that have taken place. But have we seen those outcomes ourselves in our practice? So I'd like to share a few highlights from our own practice at CIC, where we've seen the real-world impact of culturally attuned mental health support. I'd like to highlight 3 client journeys where individual, family, and community transformation are evident through culturalized mental health care. What's consistent across these stories is that we didn't impose change as mental health practitioners. We invited change through culturally respectful relationships and language. And what were the outcomes? Sustainable outcomes in leadership, education, and disability empowerment, which I will show you now through our first case study. So we're going to look at client AC. Sadly, there are no pictures because I have to maintain client confidentiality, but we've got consent to speak about all our clients' cases. So I'll be mentioning them by their initials. So we had a client called AC who came in to us battling depression, trauma, and relationship struggles because she was a foreigner who was working in Pakistan. So a very mixed bag of culture and dysphoria that she was facing. So we worked with different therapeutic models such as somatic experiencing, inner child work, and attachment-based psychotherapy. Based on all our interventions, she was able to rediscover joy in herself and her relationship. This support led her to be empowered enough to move forward with her relationship, get married. She eventually relocated to another country. She was empowered to then take a leadership role in school because she had worked through a lot of her self-esteem issues and was able to upskill herself. Now, through that leadership role, she was able to mentor others, and she even founded a mental health program for teachers and students. On the side, she dove in to launch a business with her partner as well, whom she was in a relationship with. So essentially, her journey was from being a client of mental health to a community leader, not only in her space, but the space where she relocated. So her reach was taken forward as well. And what's the sustainability impact for this case study? Community leadership, advocacy, and mental health program development, not just in one location, but across 2 countries. The second case study is of FS and T, FS being the parent and T being the child, about family-led empowerment. So the mother FS came to our center for therapy for her son T, who was without the diagnosis at that time. However, she was able to enroll him in expressive arts therapy, speech and language therapy, and herself took parental guidance. Like I mentioned earlier, we provide support systems for everyone around the client, not just the client themselves. So we were able to guide and counsel the parent through parental guidance sessions too. This led to her interest as a parent being active in the parental support groups. She would start attending trainings, community sessions. She would be out in the field with us just through her own interest. She eventually ended up founding a homeschool for neurodiverse children after serving the landscape of education in Pakistan, she was able to get empowered to start her own venture that was able to cater to needs of children with disabilities better. She also developed on-site therapy support for parents in similar situations. So she worked with us in collaboration in order to produce her own support group. First, she was a member and now she was leading her own. And she has become a prominent special education needs community advocate in Pakistan. Also, in the meanwhile, we were able to do a psychological assessment on her child and were able to diagnose him with autism spectrum disorder. This diagnosis was not a hindrance in his life, it was more of an empowerment. So he was able to know his strengths and he was able to gain independence and he was able to move on and have closure from his therapies, graduate from the homeschool system that he was in, and he is now a functioning and contributing member in society. So the sustainability impacts is based for therapy in this context was grassroots education, parent-driven advocacy, and community building in the special education needs community, something that we find is very lacking in Pakistan due to stigma and things like that. Our last case study is about N, who began home-based therapy at age 10 due to osteogenesis imperfecta, which is brittle bone disease, a disease where even slight movements can break your bones. So you can imagine that this client was very hesitant to be out there in the world, bedridden, because any such movements could cause dire consequences and complications. So from at home, our center was able to empower her by visiting her for therapy, for movement and expressive arts therapy, for psychotherapy, because also sometimes your physical state and being in such a condition affects you mentally, so you need that mental support. Remedial therapy, which is special education intervention, because she obviously was not able to go to school, and parental guidance for the parents who were struggling with how to navigate having a child in this way. So the family was deeply involved. Again, they joined our support groups. We were able to support them, the parents first, so that they were also able to empower their child at home. And eventually, the child progressed to on-site therapy and attending school, where we were able to support them with the correct access arrangements, overcoming the fear of mobility aids. She was finally able to use a wheelchair to start getting around. So for someone who was bedridden and now moving on to actively and independently using a wheelchair, this obviously empowered her so much. In the meanwhile, her mother became a certified counselor. She's actually a mental health practitioner in Pakistan as well, which is amazing because now she's able to carry her impact forward to other clients, not just within her family system. Recently, this client chose surgery independently as well. So she was empowered enough to make her own medical decisions. When, if you recall, she was first too nervous to even get out of bed. She has also started her own business to empower other patients with brittle bone disease. So her sustainability impact, or the sustainability impact through the therapeutic approaches, are disability inclusion, intergenerational empowerment, and family-led resilience. And you can see that this not just affected the family in a positive way in all of our case studies, but the community at large. Through therapy, they were able to get empowered to start making those huge movements and changes in their communities. Right. So what enabled these kind of outcomes? Because it obviously sounds amazing that, therapy was able to work so well for all of them. First, we invested in trust. Our teams took time to build relational depth, not just with their clients, but family and community members. Of course, with the consent of the clients as well. We focused on all the systems around the client, not just the client themselves. Secondly, we stayed open to the local knowledge. We didn't position ourselves as simply mental health experts that are here to fix a problem. We positioned ourselves as listeners, as partners, especially when it comes to working with parents and schools. The collaborative atmosphere was there. Remember, Pakistan is a collectivist society, so we like to work together. We like to engage with each other. Therefore, there's more value in relationship building in order to have these therapeutic outcomes than what may be in other places. Each care plan was adapted and revised based on what felt meaningful and doable in the client's real life context. So therefore we showed flexibility as well. We did not just rigidly follow whatever guidelines and programs that we've learned as mental health practitioners. We were able to adapt them to the culture, to the family atmosphere, to the location, to the social class level of all our clients as well. It wasn't always fast, but it was sustainable. And most importantly, our internal culture at CIC is grounded in reflection, humility, and care for ourselves, for our teams, and our communities as well. So, as you can see on screen, the main way we achieved such amazing outcomes in our clients was basically adapting our intervention models to the culture. We made sure to holistically include families, schools, and medical professionals in the mental health care process, making sure to work systemically. Not only with psychosocial modalities, but also educational and medical. And with our support, our clients were able to break out of their shells, experience joy, and contribute to the community to create their own changes in society. So as we look ahead, we believe the future of mental health care in Pakistan and beyond must be locally rooted and emotionally intelligent. Culture isn't just a backdrop. It shapes how people experience themselves, their struggles, and their healing. And at our center, we've seen when care reflects the actual reality that people are facing, it unlocks trust, it unlocks their voice, and then it leads to joy. So that joy may come from being heard for the first time, or for reconnecting with one's sense of purpose, or realizing that care isn't just clinical, it's human. Mental health advocacy, it must be systemic, including families and communities wherever possible in order to make a larger and collective impact. So reimagining care through culture and joy isn't a luxury, it's a necessity if we want our mental health interventions to be truly inclusive and transformative. And due to this, we will find that every empowered client can plant the seeds for sustainable collective action and healing. So thank you so much for walking with me through the story of care, complexity, and hope. Culturalizing mental health care, it's not about the perfect solutions, as I mentioned. It's about the courage to listen differently. It's about the humility to adapt and the commitment to stay close to the people that we serve. Here are the references that I've basically used to inform my literature review. And one of our case studies was also published in a journal, so I've mentioned that as well. I'd also like this opportunity to thank the co-founder of Center for Inclusive Care, Aisha Jamal, for providing the information for the case studies and success stories at our center. And again, thank you so much to the Jena Declaration for this opportunity to present at this esteemed conference.
Thank you, Fariha. It is such an interesting sharing from you. And it's so good to hear. It's inspiring that it's from healing to leadership. Imagine previously we consider us incapable because of such some form of illness within him and became a leader. So that means there are no reasons for hopelessness. It makes us hopeful because of the Center of Inclusive Care. Thank you so much. And so is there any question from the audience?
If anyone has a question, they can drop it in the chat. I'd be happy to keep replying. So that's fine. I will be online till the end of the conference as well.
Okay, there's a question from Emmanuel.
Okay. In reimagining care through culture and joy, how do you intend to curtail the primitive culture that failed to accept modern medication? So being a mental health center, I would say we do a lot of psychoeducation for the clients that come in. So our clients that come in often have those doubts. Maybe they feel the medical system has failed them, or they feel that perhaps disingenuity or lack of trust with the medical profession. More so, actually, interestingly, they feel that way about counseling and mental health as well, because remember, mental health is quite a stigmatized topic in Pakistan too. So a lot of people come in because they're forced to, because of family members and things like that. So I would say psychoeducation, just that conversation, speaking at their level, using their language, their understanding, metaphors that relate to them and their life, is something that brings that comfort and then that trust in them. to sort of take the leap of faith and see whether these interventions work. So we don't actually provide medical interventions because we're a mental health center that does psychotherapy and counseling. But when it comes to referring to people like psychiatrists who may need medication, so that's where we provide the psychoeducation. We also reach out and speak to the medical professionals beforehand so they're aware of what sort of anxiety the client or patient will bring to them, so they are also better prepared to answer their questions and clear their doubts. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you so much. And if there is no more question, I would like to emphasize.
Yeah, I could maybe thank you, Melba. I would ask the three last speakers the same question. I mean, we have seen different examples how cultural values can also be problematic. You know, if something is culturally seen negative, but it's still needs some treatment, and there is a cultural blockage, blocks to ask for help or to hide the necessity of help. What would you see how we can overcome if we have cultural situations that are not favoring sustainability, social inclusion, and so on? How could we deal with that according to your experience? With some of you, Ria and Gaurav, and also when Imad had some talks about that. I know that you could extend a little bit, generalize your insight to different cultural context, perhaps. Maybe Saurabh, we talked about that, if I remember correctly, in a long conversation we had, how to overcome cultural difficult situation provoked by not favoring cultural values. Is Saurabh still with us?
I would like to answer that if possible in the context of Pakistan.
Yeah.
Right. So essentially what we've seen is really the grassroots efforts that bring about that change in perception in a culture where mental health is so stigmatized or social inclusion is so stigmatized. So it's our responsibility as, let's say, being in a position of privilege, of being educated, to work on funding awareness campaigns, grassroots campaigns, going into schools, going into hospitals, collaborating with them, offering them free services so that we are able to reach as much as the general population as possible. This is what has worked for us. Investing in awareness first in different pockets of society has really worked, because we've also worked with a school that is located in the slums of Karachi, which is a very, which is an area which is famous for its gang wars and terrorists and things like that. But working and collaborating with the schools in those areas have empowered the parents of those children and the children themselves to be more aware of mental health, social inclusion, disability inclusion. We held a campaign where we trained mothers to be barefoot counselors, so community leaders and community support advocates, not necessarily trained as psychologists, but people that others knew to go to if they needed any help or support. We kind of adjusted the titles, let's say, or the work to reflect on what our society finds acceptable. So rather than saying, oh, this is a mental health professional, we said this is a community elder or someone who's there to support you. So you can just go and speak to them about your problems, not using that clinical language until and unless there's more awareness on that basis. So I think those grassroots efforts and working and making an effort to collaborate with such organizations brings about a small change, but a change nevertheless.
Okay. Surai, maybe your insight into that problematic?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
No, Surai, the Mimiat, from Mimiat.
Suraj.
Suraj,
Kumar.
okay. Yeah, okay. Is he still with us?
Oh, I couldn't see him. Suraj, are you still with us, Suraj? Mimiat? I think he's disconnected already. How
And
about you, Sora? Do you have something to share about Benno's question? Okay. Benno, I would like to say something about your question.
yes, go ahead, please.
If you can still remember the very first time we talked, while we were talking about the Jena Declaration, I also told you about my advocacy on culture engineering because, there is some way in which culture is being transformed, but it is more evident right now in terms of marketing and business. So in order to gain clients and customers, they started with culture engineering. They started to develop a culture of patronage to their products. And so if we can do this in terms of as a way of towards a particular goal, which is sustainability, or maybe in terms of creating a support system from the community and family by way of engineering or architecting the culture of people to appreciate, and then later it will be popularized and it will become part of the culture of the community. So that is one way that I am suggesting.
Okay, okay. We have a question from Martin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the interesting talks, and I also would like to share some thoughts I had because sustainability and health are both about changing habits, and we all know that in Western culture we cultivate some habits which are very difficult to change, and I'm really interested in your experiences of what do you think, like, for example, that health education can be a supporter for sustainable, for creating a sustainable habit or for creating a habitualization of sustainability, and vice versa. So I'm really interested on your experience, like the long-lasting effects of health education, also in case of sustainability, and also in the effects of sustainability education, for example, for creating a lasting health in community, for example, or within families or so. So I'm really interested in what do you think, like if there are mutual contribution to each other. Yes.
Okay. So thank you so much. And those are the insights that we had developed out of this sharing from our three speakers. And to synthesize, I would like to share this few takeaways that I had. Of course, our first speaker, Saurabh, mentioned about walking the talk. Right. And it's starting from home. That means you consider your home
Recording stopped.
as your own, as your home planet, your small planet. And then, of course, mindfulness. So we had experienced such some form of exercise wherein we practice mindfulness. And then, of course, with Suraj and Fariha, they spoke about support system. Support system for Fariha, it's all about the community it's a social support system. The family, the community are being engaged and involved in this support system that try to help particular mental problems and mental patients. And so for Suraj, it is the digital support system, making use of technology, wherein we don't feel being alone because we know that there is a support system that we can always rely to, even if we are alone. And for that, I appreciate and we would like to thank all the three speakers in the second session. And I would like to thank you myself. I am Melba. Thank you. And let's proceed to the next part. Martin?
Yeah, we have scheduled a break only for in 20 minutes or a little bit more than 20 minutes. I'm suggesting that we are starting the break now and that we are continuing in a little bit more than a half an hour, 3:15 our time, and to have a break. And then we have the last session, and finally also a little bit more extended time for the outbreak session. So thank you very much for the moment, and we continue in 33 minutes, right? Thank you very much so far, and hope to see you back again at 3:15 Central European Time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so welcome back everybody to now our third and last section of our conference today. And we are now taking a deeper look on the role of nature in the context of sustainability and how nature can provide something like a source of joy and a satisfied life in a sustainable living. And we start with a short presentation on the topic of nature conservation, and then we are going to our Outlook session, which is about lessons we learned today, and some considerations and some thoughts on further cooperations by our the Jena Declaration ambassadors. But at first, we start with a presentation by Yobi Yossé. He is a PhD scholar on the Department of English and Cultural Studies at the Christ University in Bangalore. And Yobi will tell us something about his work on nature conservation and how nature conservation has to be rethink in terms of indigenous knowledge and indigenous ecosophy to overcome an anthropocentrism in the conservation of nature. And we think that this is a very important topic because the Jena Declaration has the understanding of nature as something that we are part of and not something that is opposed of mankind, and therefore it is a very important topic to overcome anthropocentrism and to overcome an instrumental understanding of nature. So we are very curious and looking forward to the presentation of Yobi Yossé. And please, Yobi, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. So, where's that? Yobi, are you there? So I think we have to wait a few minutes for Yobi to join us. So Yobi, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. There is a small problem with I shall share my screen. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome, and yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, thank you very much. A warm greetings from Bangalore, India, Christ University. I am Joby Joseph, PhD scholar in the English and Cultural Studies Department, Christ University, Bangalore. The title of my presentation is Rethinking Conservation, Indigenous Ecosystems and the Need for a Global Approach to Human-Wildlife Conflict. My study area is the Western Ghats of India. You may have heard about this place. It's a western side of India. And it is also a World Heritage Site of UNESCO. It was named as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. A specialty for this place is that this is my native place. I am from Western Ghats of India. So I know the problems of this area. That's why I am presenting this. I think you can hear the audio of my video. If not, please tell me.
Shifting our focus to Kerala now, the increasing human-animal conflict has emerged as a major election talking point. At least 9 lives have been lost in Idukki and Wayanad districts in the last 3 months. Not only this, numerous others have been injured in wildlife attacks, particularly by elephants, tigers, wild boars, among others. The ruling Left Democratic Front and the opposition United Democratic Front are both pushing for amendments to the Wildlife Act of 1972. It falls under the concurrent list. They argue that amendments are necessary to address the increasing incidence of human-animal conflicts. And on the other hand, the BJP-led union government contends that the existing provisions of the Act are sufficient to handle the situation involving attacking wild animals. For latest news,
Another video, I am also presenting another video.
Close to 200 landless tribals have been protesting for over a week against the Kerala government after they were allegedly forcibly evicted from Thobarimala forest in Wayanad. The protesters claimed that the state government failed to provide them land after it promised to allot between 1 to 5 acres of land in the year 2001. They allege that 106 hectares of surplus land of Thobarimala forest was earmarked for distribution among landless tribals back in 1971. Srija is joining me on the phone line. Srija, good morning. This is a big story that we are sharing with our viewers today concerning the plight of the tribal population and, of course, the land allotment issue. Can you take us through the important points about this big development?
A very good morning to you too as well. But what we're looking at this point in time here is over 200 landless Adivasis. They have been protesting for over a week, and they are right now sitting right before the Calcutta collector's office, also demanding their rights. We're talking about their land, which was promised to them in the year 2001. So we want to give you a more perspective about this particular case. We understand that just on April 23rd, right after the polling, in Wayanad district, we understand that police had taken the government ignored the request, and also we saw that the Adivasis were arrested. The police went into action and also asking them to vacate this particular place where they had in fact put up huts and also taken shelter from this particular forest. But what we do understand is that really the protesters claim over 106 hectares of Thobarimala forest is the surplus land, and this was earmarked in the year 1971 for distribution among landless Adivasis. So far what we understand is that there are over 8,000 Adivasis, of which nearly 3,000 continue to remain landless, and we see not until 2001, which makes it about at least approximately 8.
Okay, this is what is happening in our country. I am not accusing the whole country. Actually, the environmental protection or the environmental conservation is happening in India. We all know that in all over the world, the environmental protection and the wildlife conservation is happening. But what actually is happening here is the tribal people or the indigenous people are becoming homeless. So the main problem is that a dichotomy between sustainability and or the development and the conservation. There is a opposition between development and conservation. The people are not actually happy in the conservation policies happening in all over the world, especially in India, especially in my native place. I am coming from a hilly village of Kerala, Western Ghats, India, Idukki. So I know the problem because my family also facing the same problem here. So we will see a small video and that's about the conservation policies. The journalists ask the questions to the indigenous people whether you know the conservation. What do you know about the conservation and the answers of the people? Let's see that. This is from Kerala. This is from an indigenous community from Kerala, Attapadi, and the journalist is asking whether you know about the conservation. And their answer is
കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ ഈ ബഫർ സോൺ എന്താ ഞാന് ഞാൻ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്ത അല്ല അതിന്റെ പേര് മാത്രമേ അറിയുള്ളൂ എനിക്കൊന്നും അറിയില്ല ഈ ESA എന്ന് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ പരിസ്ഥിതി ലോലം ഇല്ല ബഫർ സോണിൽ മാത്രം എടുത്തുള്ളൂ ഓക്കെ എന്താന്ന് വല്ലൊരു അതിലെന്താ പറഞ്ഞെന്നോ കാട് കയറാൻ പാടില്ല വിറകെടുക്കാൻ പാടില്ല മീൻ പിടിക്കാൻ പാടില്ല എന്നൊക്കെയാണ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത് ഓക്കെ എന്നിട്ട് പറയാം
This is what is the actual knowledge of the tribal people about the conservation. So we should understand, we should evaluate our policies, whether it is going to the people directly, whether they know the conservation, whether they know our policy. So I am directly go to my paper. Let's speak about the Western Ghats of India faces a serious crisis nowadays. The crisis is conservation versus sustainable development. The conservation policies that is actually in India, the Indian forest laws and the conservation policies actually attacking the indigenous community. That's what happening in India. Both the tribal and the migrant settlers of Western Ghats in India protest against the forest laws and the recommendation of the Western Ghats Ecological Expert Panel led by eminent ecologist Professor Madhav Gadgil and a second high-level panel led by the space scientist Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan. Why they are protesting? What is the reason? The local communities argue that the forest laws and the conservation policies of India will cause a natural displacement from their ancestral land. And the concept of ecologically sensitive areas, the ESA, and the buffer zones. I believe that you know what is buffer zone. That's around the forest area, 3 or 4 kilometers will be considered as a buffer zone. The government won't allow any construction in that area. That is called buffer zone area. And the indigenous people believe that the concepts like ecologically sensitive areas and the buffer zone will convert their agricultural land and houses to forest. That's why they are protesting. So the major problems of these policies and the laws, the local knowledge and the practices were disregarded, especially in the Indian forest laws. and the conservation policies that is already in India. The forest laws and the environmental protection policies, the people consider them as a colonial enterprise. People believe that it is an Eurocentric idea. It is not suitable for them. It is not suitable locally. Actually, the UN Permanent Forum stands against the World Heritage Site, the concept of World Heritage Site. You may have read this document, the title of Western Ghats. The UNESCO has given this title to Western Ghats, and the UN Permanent Forum stands against that. And the UN says that the continuous and ongoing disrespect of the principle of free, prior, and informed consent of the indigenous people is very important to make the conservation policies and to convert a place to World Heritage Site. The problem in the Western Ghats is that it has already converted to the World Heritage Site in 2012 without the proper consent of the indigenous people. That's why the protests are happening here in India. The disrespect of the World Heritage Committee is inconsistent with the provisions of UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. This is what I am taking from the very document of UN. These three places were converted into World Heritage Site without the proper consultation of the indigenous people. Western Ghats, India, Tri-National de la Sanka, Kenya, the lake system in the Great Rift Valley. These three places were converted into World Heritage Site in 2012 without the proper consultation. According to UN, all these three heritage sites are nominated under natural World Heritage criteria alone, without giving due consideration to the indigenous cultural values. And the UN Permanent Forum gives three recommendations for the World Heritage Committee to convert a place to World Heritage Site. First one is that to defer all the World Heritage nomination of the sites in indigenous people territories. Second is that to consult and collaborate with the indigenous people concerned in order to ensure that their values and needs are considered. Third one is that to endorse the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People. But these recommendations were rejected and the Western Ghats was named as a World Heritage Site in 2012. After that, a series of protests are happening in Western Ghats. Indigenous people are protesting. If you Google, you will see many protests are happening in the Western Ghats. Many people are evacuated from the Western Ghats. Why? Because without consulting them, they do not know. From my first video, you can understand that they do not know what is actually happening in their land. They are living in the forest for 100 or 200 years, but they do not know what is actually happening nowadays. And many, including the government authority, accuse the local communities for the landslide and the flood happened in Kerala last year. You may have read from the newspapers. Many floods are happening in the hilly sides, and the local people were accused for that. Actually, the local people. But the UN and the international agencies understand the importance of indigenous people in conservation. So the thrust of this paper critiques the exclusionary and colonial underpinning of India's forest laws and the anthropocentric orientation of Western documents, especially the 1972 Stockholm Declaration. It is a milestone declaration, but I referred many books and articles. From that, I could understand that there is an anthropocentric tone in that declaration and separation of human beings from nature. This dualistic tendency can be seen there in these all the documents. Even I am doing my PhD in Indian forest laws and the language of Indian forest laws, and I can really say that there is a separationism, dualism, separation of human beings from nature. It uses the theory. Now, the paper uses the theoretical lens of ecosophy. Ecosophy. It's an emerging area. What is ecosophy? According to Arne Nayas and Felix Guattari are the pioneers of this concept ecosophy. According to Arne Nayas' liminal work, ecology, community, and lifestyle. Ecosophy is a call for living ethically in harmony with nature, built on interconnectedness, joy, and responsibility. So it's a life. It's not some laws. It's not obeying some laws, but it's coming out from our mind, our life. Actually, the indigenous people are practicing this life in the forest. According to Felix Guattari, in his liminal work, the three ecologies, the interconnections between the three distinct yet intertwined ecological domains, the environment, social relation, and human subjectivity. That is what is ecosophy. So this concept is used in this paper. So what is indigenous ecosophy? That's a complex, localized, and adaptable bodies of knowledge and practice. So indigenous ecosophy, these concepts say that we should adapt the local knowledge. We should adapt the local knowledge of conservation for the sustainable development and joy. Our theme is joy. For real joy and for the real conservation, we should adapt the local knowledges, indigenous knowledge. Not that we should have a centralized law system, policies, but we should adapt the indigenous knowledge. That's very important. And this knowledge is passed from generation to generation through the native people. Conservation policies. They have the real policies. They have the real ideologies about the conservation and the sustainable development. So coming to the Indian culture, how do the Indian culture see the nature? In India, there is a synthetic relationship between human beings and nature. Humankind is an integral part of nature. Human beings are not separated from nature. In India, we do not think that we have to protect these all things. The human has to protect these all things. If we think like that, we should be out. We should be outside of the nature. But human beings and the nature are integral part. And there is a biospheric egalitarianism in India. So there is a sacrifice, Pancha Mahayajna reflects. That is a sacrifice that's happening in India, reflect a respectful symbiotic relationship with nature, human beings and nature. Human beings are part of the nature. They are not outside of the nature. So there is no separation between nature and human beings. There is another celebration in India, Vriksha Maholsava, and the concept of Vanaprastha. What is Vriksha Maholsava? Vriksha Maholsava is the adoration of trees. In India, when you are reading the history and the epics, we see that the Vriksha Maholsava, adoration of trees, and the conception of Vanaprastha. After our life, we have to go to Vana, forest, and give our life to forest. That is called Vanaprastha. So in India, these two things portrays the real spirit of India. Another thing is that in India, all the texts, all the religious texts portrays Earth as a mother figure. Earth is a mother. And there is an inherent communion with nature. The distinction between village and vana was not strictly maintained. Vana means forest. There is no real distinction between vana, forest, and village. It's a part of the community. Forest is a part of the community. What is happening in these days? Forest is a separate entity. We are separating human beings from forest and trying to conserve, trying to protect the forest. In India, the real Indian concept is forest is a part of the community, part of the village. Vana is meant to include trees, village, and ponds, gardens. Everything is included in Vana. Vana means forest. So, what happened? In Indian culture, we I already said that Indian culture always consider human beings and nature as an integral part of the nature. Human beings are an integral part of the nature. But what is the problem between with the formula conservation formula in colonial India? The industrialization. The industrialization came to India also, expansion of European-centered world system, and there is a dualistic worldview. Oh, you may have studied the theology of Saint Thomas Aquinas. There is a dualistic worldview in the Western. I am not criticizing the whole Western system, but the major Western system, there we can see a dualistic Cartesian dualistic worldview. And there is a man-centered epistemology also we can see. The imperial ideology spread to Indian land through the European colonial expansion to India. That we see in the Gadgil and Guha. There is a famous, this Gadgil, I have said the Madhav Gadgil, he is a famous environmentalist in India that we see in Gadgil and Guha. Their work. The control of forests, fencing and irrigation was removed from the peasants and the indigenous community. And the government took up the authority, the forest conservator, the forest officer. These things were taken out from the people. And they are not the part of the conservator. They believe that these policies, in these policies, they believe that the people are not equipped to conserve the forest. They do not know anything about the forest conservation. According to Madhav Gadgil and Ramachandra Guha, three significant changes happened in the Indian forest system. First, the commodification of resources. That is the first thing happened. The resources, the forest resources became a commodity, economical stuff. From indigenous veneration of forest to a market-based value system. That's another change second change we can see after the industrialization, after the colonial expansion. The indigenous veneration of the Indian culture changed to a market-based value system. The forest communities or the forest resources were moved to market. The extermination of the native ecosystem. The native ecosystem were terminated. For example, we can see the forest laws. That's the important thing we have to study. The forest laws, the 1865 and 1868 Forest Act. These are the Colonial Forest Act. Colonial Forest Act are the real example for the colonial ideology. When you read this Forest Act, we can understand the real ideology, dualistic ideologies in these documents. Forest Policy Statement of 1894 and 1952 legitimized the state monopoly over forests in the national interest. So there is a change. The state monopolizes. The state coming over the authority of the real people, real local people. The state believes that they do not know anything about the conservation. So the national interest came to the face. Thus the human-wildlife conflict emerged in India. In India, the human-wildlife conflict happened actually just after this industrialization and colonial expansion in India. Look, the post-independence forest policies in India. After the independence, 1947 also, we cannot criticize the European authority only. Even after the independence, what happened in India, when after the independence, the colonial lineage of dualistic tendency, Indian forestry continued. Forest resources would be managed to promote economical progress. That we see in the Huber, this article of Huber. The policies made after independence helped the intermediaries, timber merchant, etc. The policies formed after the independence actually focused on the intermediaries or the market, not the indigenous people. See protests from the indigenous community of Uttarakhand and Thane after this After this policy, serious protests happened in indigenous community from the Uttarakhand in India and Thane, Maharashtra. One survey conducted by Professor Madhav Gargi proves that many of the panchayat forests, local forests managed by the villagers in Garvaha are better. This is a place, Garvaha, are better in condition than the reserve forests in that area managed by the government.
Yobby, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Can you please hurry up a little bit? We have to take a look on the time, and it would be perfect
Okay.
if you can come to an end. Thank you very much.
Okay, I should conclude.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm just moving to the this. I'm going to the conclusion. Conservation framework on the Western Ghats and the local resistance. I have already told about that. This is a reason for that. So I'm going to the conclusion. This is only 4 slides. So we should adapt some new models of conservation for sustainable development and joy. That's our theme. New models for conservation. This is actually we are going through the dualistic model, and we should adapt some new models. The new models for conservation we accept indigenous ecosophies. The British ecologist Georgina Mays exhort a shift from nature for itself, protecting wilderness, nature despite of people, reducing pollution and overexploitation, nature for people, to nature and people. We should change from nature for itself to nature and people. A new model should, yeah. This new model we can see some modern documents adopts this new model of conservation. That is the National Protected Area Expansion Strategy of South Africa 2016, adapts the indigenous and local community as a part of nature. If you read that document, you will understand. The assessment report of sustainable use of wild species emphasize the careful use of wild species central to the identity and existence of many indigenous people and local communities. The principle of Rio Declaration on Environment and Development 2006 clearly state the importance of human-nature symbiosis projects. So the conclusion, very short conclusion. This study underscores the urgent need for a transformative approach to the conservation that recognize the essential contributions of indigenous and migrant communities to ecological sustainability. The historical migration to Western Ghats, particularly in Idiki district, has significantly enhanced the food security, ecological development, and support the local economy. However, contemporary conservation policies, often rooted in colonial ideologies, marginalize these communities. So, to address these challenges, it is crucial to develop migration policies or conservation policies that are inclusive and participatory, ensuring that indigenous and local communities are actively involved in decision-making processes. Ultimately, aligning migration policy making with the sustainable development goals is essential for promoting social equity and environmental justice. This comprehensive strategy will ensure that the conservation efforts are equitable and effective, allowing both human and natural ecosystem in Western Ghats to thrive together. Not only Western Ghats, all over the world, we have to adapt the indigenous knowledge also. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yobby, for your interesting talk and the interesting insights in your research. And I think cultural conservation is a very important topic, and it's a topic where the Jena Declaration can contribute to enriching insights. So thank you for that. Thank you. And now I would like to hand over to Dr. Jeffrey Singh from the Bhopal Nobles University. She is a researcher in the field of English and American Studies, and she is associated professor at the Bhopal Nobles University at the Faculty of Social Science. And today she will give us an insight on her work on the poetry of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, and especially on the passion and the special relationship Goethe had to nature and Goethe articulated in its poetics. So we are looking forward to that presentation. And Dr. Singh, are you there?
Good evening, all of you. Good evening, Professor Reno, sir. Good evening, Solveig. I'm happy to meet you all on screen. Can you all hear me?
We hear a little echo.
Great. Yeah, I have sent
Yeah.
the email my presentation. Can you run from there? Or shall I?
We didn't receive your presentation yet. I'm very sorry. We can't hear you. We can understand you very badly.
Dr. Martin, I think she's online or through email. Today I'll try to read to share.
Was ist denn da los, ey? Dr. Singh, it is better if you are only connected with laptop or handy, but both is difficult for the connection. Okay, Dr. Singh, are you there? Please unmute yourself. The floor is yours. Dr. Singh, are you there? We can't hear you.
Why can't you hear me?
Yes, here now we can hear you. You can start.
I just don't know why my PowerPoint presentation cannot be run from that side. From your side, you should run it if I've sent it, because it's somebody has. I start reading. First, I'll introduce Goethe. I'm very much thankful that I've been given chance here, because this is my first presentation in German literature, and especially dealing a very much important author of his times, who has been working, who has been so prominently in view of living sustainability in his times. But people think that he was just a literary man, more towards, expressing words in his scientific temperament manner. But more and more he started, when he started producing his writings, people came to know that he has been saying something which perhaps might not be relevant at that time, because it was a time of industrial revolution also, because his birth year is 1749 to 1832. So naturally, it was a time of industrial revolution, and when such kind of writings when came up through such rationality and talking about all kind of empirical experiments that to be taken up to have frontiers and expansions. So there, this kind of author was really a different kind of strand he was giving, and he was giving a lot of interventions to understand, to collaborate the unity in diversity, and to create oneness in whatever contemplation we are doing, and whatever we are grabbing through our gaze that is available in the prevalent natural world, whether through our hard work or through whatever the God's creation has given to us. So that time his authorship was so important for all, and he was on his own working so hard. I'll read about him in whatever I have got through the review of literature, that he was a German polymath. Polymath means that he had been a person of multiple intelligence. He wanted to go beyond in multidisciplinarily in picking up the collection of data from various other sources. He was not, you may say that he was a metaphysical poet also, because when you feel that something is touching to your heart and mind, and you start thinking, and when you question your spirit, your own existence, then only you go beyond your whatever the boundaries. So he was a polymath who is widely regarded as the greatest and the most influential writer in the German language. His work has had a wide-ranging influence on literary, political, philosophical thought in the Western world from the late 18th century to the present. He was a poet. He has written many poems, Wanders Nachtly. He was also a playwright. He wrote a poetic script, that play, Post. Then novelist he was also, Sorrows of Werther. Young Werther is a novel. Then he was a scientist. If we go through his book, A Metamorphosis of Plants, that he wrote during his journey to Italy. And then he was also a great statesman, because he was actually a legal lawyer, from a legal field. And then he was a theater director and critic. His works include plays, poetry, and aesthetic criticism, as well as treatises on botany, anatomy, and color. So he's a well-read person. Goethe took up residence in Weimar in 1775 following the success of his first novel, The Sorrows of Young Werther, and joined a thriving intellectual and cultural environment under the patronage of Duchess Anna Amalia that formed the basis of Weimar classicism. So Weimar is a very famous play in Germany, and classicism here, it refers that he, for his argumentative support, he used to gather a lot of references from the Greek or from other kind of biblical resources, and that he kept using from here and there to be a mythical poet also. He was ennobled by Karl August, Duke of Saxe-Weimar in 1782. Goethe was an early participant in the Sturm und Drang literary movement. And in this Sturm und Drang movement, he was one of the, may say a very enthusiastic aspirant, because he saw an individuality not from the point of, just as a mere human figure, but he wanted that kind of humanism in the structure of individuality, where they can be a one-to-one relationship, more and more affinity that could bring, not only self-development, self-capacity, orientation should be there, but also kind of different perspective that how the nature's creation helps building the human personality. And that was the main point of his scientific temperament, because he always visualized every object of nature from the point of like how it helps in evolving, building, and then again, going back to the root, and then again resurrecting with its own kind of, a different spirit. So that kind of dynamic energy that he found or he gave to this movement. And during his first 10 years in Weimar, Goethe became a member of the Duke's Privy Council, 1776 to 1785. He sat on the War and Highway Commissions, oversaw the reopening of silver mines in nearby Limenu, and implemented a series of administrative reforms at the University of Jena. He also contributed to the planning of Weimar's Botanical Park and the rebuilding of its ducal palace. So I'll just see if I can share. I think my PowerPoint is there. I can see on my screen. How will I share that? The next slide. This I have read from this again. I just skip this slide a little. I'll come to the next slide. Goethe's first major scientific work, The Metamorphosis of Plants, was published after he returned from a 1788 tour of Italy. In 1791, he was made managing director of the theatre at Weimar, and in 1794, he began a friendship with the dramatist, historian, and philosopher Friedrich Schiller, whose plays he premiered until Schiller's death in 1805. During this period, Goethe published his second novel, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, the verse epic Hermann and Dorothea, and in 1808, the first part of his most celebrated drama, Faust. His conversations and various shared undertakings throughout the 1790s with Schiller, Johann Gottlieb, Fichte, Johann Gottfried, Herder, Alexander von Humboldt, Wilhelm von Humboldt, and August and Friedrich Schlegel have come to be collectively termed Weimar classicism. The metamorphosis of the plants. I've just taken one excerpt, very much the beginning of the text that it begins. It's translated from the German by Frederick Turner and Susanna Oswald. Here he says, "You're perplexed, my love." Now, initially he is very, in a dialogue form, and very dramatically he is in a conversation. "You are perplexed, my love, by this thousand-fold mixed profusion, flowering tumultuously everywhere over the garden grounds. So many names you are hearing, but one suppresses another." Now here he wants to say that so many of the images of the beauteous forms that been there in the lawn or in the garden or in the orchard, that has made him so attractively drawn to those that he is, jumbling from here and there that which flower's name he should remember, which person he has to work on or more, personify it. So echoing barbarously the sound makes in the ear. Each of their shapes is alike, yet none resembles the other. So much of variety is there in that creation that it's very difficult for a human or as an individual to just focus on a particular object, so that the subjectivity may have some kind of a target to build up. So thus the whole of the choir points to a secret law. So here he says that nature has its own genuineness, and human with his ingenuity tries to explore the secret law and points to a holy puzzle. "I wish, lovely friend, that I were able to happily hand you at once the disentangling word." So here he is dialectically conversing with his own spirit, with his own mind, as well as externalization is also there with the natural world through his gaze. Watch now and be transformed, how bit by bit the plant form. So he has visualized in his mind, in his imagination, through his intellect, the formation of plant. He was standing there, his gaze kept on lingering there, and he felt that it's how the flower gets bloom. So guided stepwise builds to emerge in a blossom and fruit. Out of the germ it unfolds. The moment the still and fertile lap of the earth has livingly let it go out into life. So he's here metaphorically explaining the individual self that interacts with nature. Now there are two sides of interaction. One is that you want to dominate, and other is that you want to float into that kind of loveliness. So what kind of life one develops in one's personality? There where the charm of light, the holy eternal mover, new ushers in the most delicate structures of burgeoning leaves. This was a power that simply slept in the seed. A prototype lay there closed, curled up in itself inside the husk. Leaf and taproot and seed as yet half formed and colorless. Thus the dry kernel holds and protects the dormant life. Here I'm reminded of Percy B. Shelley's Ode to the West Wind, where he says that the stormy autumn winds disperses the dry leaves and scatters the seeds into the earth, and they go into hibernation, live there, have their dormant status, and finally that same again like a phoenix grow up whenever there are showers of rain or the spring season comes back. So this kind of evolution process the human life goes through, and it's a natural cycle and it's a natural world. The truth of this he elaborates in his other books also through different kind of strategies. So let's get back to another. During this period, Goethe published his second novel, Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, the verse epic, Hermann and Dorothea. In 1808, the first part of his most celebrated drama, Faust. His conversations and various shared undertakings throughout the 1790s with Schiller, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Johann Gottfried Herder, Alexander von Humboldt, and all have come to be collectively termed Weimar Classicism. And here the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer named Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship as one of the greatest novels ever written. And even American philosopher and essayist Ralph Waldo Emerson appreciated it as one of the 6 representative men in his work of the same name. Goethe's comments and observations from the basis of several biographical works, notably Johann Peter Eckermann's conversation with Goethe. His poems were set to music by many composers, including Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Ludwig van Beethoven, Franz Schubert, Hector Verlois, Franz Liszt, Richard Wagner, and Gustav Mahler. In a way, I'm just, going out of track through Jena's declaration mission. I'm here more giving tribute to my great author and to the people whosoever mentored me in this kind of way to understand. I just something more about Goethe here, especially why he is so important in maintaining the living sustainability in his writing. So here I just digress from there into my script of the paper. Goethe is one of the early participants of the German literary movement of storm and stress. Believed that the world in itself a natural genius, and this genie shapes human subjectivity towards the natural world, wherein nature and human self are in the lens to see the subjectivity in context of reality.
Dr. Singh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm very sorry, but we have to look on the time, and it would be great if you can
Sure,
come to
I'll
the
wind up.
conclusion.
Okay.
That
May
would
I
be
have
great.
2 minutes to conclude?
Yeah, 2 minutes or
Okay.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. So let me just get back to my last slides. So in those days, there was focus on the sense of fantasy and freedom. That is, in Sturm und Drang epoch, die Menschen glaubten, dass die Individualität in der Einheit von Liebe, Seele und Geist eindecken soll. Indeed, the young generation like Goethe, who had been influenced by Sturm und Drang, also paved the way for the classical period of modern German literature. From the middle of the 18th century to Goethe's death in 1832, which is also known as Goethe's Zeit or Weimarer Klassik or Weimarer Klassismus, it was in the phase Goethe had set the stem of his personality by looking at dogmas with a critical sense and at primitive conditions with an awakened interest and independent expression. It was a transition phase for the pseudo-classic or unclassic Germanic stock to reduce their servile imitation from French classical models and to get back to the assertion of spontaneous expression with individuality and subjectivity to produce realistic creative writings. In this reference, Rousseau, who was a theorist of social contract theory, a well-known philosopher of late 18th century, influenced young generation across Europe because of his bizarre and romantic notions of human life. He actually said that there should be some natural state of affairs to build the human personality. But as he used to feel that there's a lot of corruption in the society prevailing, and that needs to be diverted, and some kind of a new social structure need to be developed. So he said, "Zurück zur Natur. Man wendete sich gegen die Anthroität und Tradition. Man bevorzugte Triebstadt der Tradition und der Gesetze. Man betonte Originalität statt Nachahmung. Trieb statt Tradition, Freiheit statt der gebundenen gesellschaftlichen Regeln." Goethe, as one of the early participants of the German literary movement of storm and stress, believed that the world in itself a natural genius, and this shapes human subjectivity towards a natural world, whereas nature and the human self are in the lens to see the subjectivity in context of reality. Yet that reality seems to influence the human not in subjective perspectivity, rather in objectivity, so it increases the desire to achieve it. The moment the overwhelming influence of the desire overrides self-subjectivity, the best example of the play Faust, there when it is the cause of solistic idealism, which artlessly cater to the self-pride, self-conceit, self-determined opinions or beliefs. And the sorrows of young Werther also relates to this kind of idea, and therefore there is at the end a kind of he attempted to do suicide because he felt that some way he's failing to get connected to the societal attributal structures. So, thank you.
And thank you very much for the insights in your research on Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's poetics and its importance of rethinking our relationship to nature today. And I think we all can share your passion for Goethe's passion for nature, because we are here located in the area of Thuringia where Goethe lived, and in the landscapes where Goethe was wandering and where Goethe got his impressions of his thinking about nature and its inherent value for our culture. So thank you very much for your insights and your contribution. And now we are coming to the end part of our conference and to the wrap up of what we have learned today. And for what does it mean for our further cooperations within the network of the Jena Declaration, and how we can think of joy as something we can use and something we can highlight when we try to get the importance for sustainable, which is deeply needed in society and politics. So we have a few statements from our ambassadors and also a statement from our project partner from the US. And now we start with a video statement from Delvin Langdon and Jodie O'Sullivan. Both are sustainability consultants from Australia, and they prepared a video statement. And yes, so thank you very much, and we start with it.
So welcome to our video chat. Where we're going to talk a little bit about the importance of localising the SDGs in our part of the world, and specifically in education. I'm Delvin Langdon, so I've spent 25 years in the sustainability sector, 22 years in an Australian university, and specifically community engagement. I've had lots of career highlights, but I will touch on a couple here. One is probably one of the main ones I love, which is collaborating with sustainability champions in Australia and around the world who have been mentors to me, and I like to think I can pay it forward and be mentors to other people. We learn every day from these early adopters and our forward-thinking innovators. I'm a climate reality leader for Al Gore's Climate Reality program, which I did in 2007. I was co-founded Australasian Campuses Towards Sustainability in 2006 with a dedicated group of people from various universities, and now is the peak association for embedding universities, sustainability into universities and colleges in Australia, New Zealand, and is recognised around the world. So that's something all of us are proud of. And recently, I'm on the Sustainability Committee for the 2032 Sunshine Coast Olympic and Paralympic Task Force. So, Jodie, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Delvin, thank you for that. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Jodie O'Sullivan, and I'm a passionate marketing and communications specialist who is committed to futures-focused education, innovation and entrepreneurship, and industry and community connectivity. I've spent over a decade working across the education sector, predominantly in marketing and events and public relation roles, and I've also been a key contributor to a research action group which looked at the future jobs and what does that entail for our students, given it's a rapidly changing and evolving world. So how can we equip them with the relevant skill sets, the mindset, and also the attitude that will really help them thrive moving forward?
Now, as I said before, we'd really like to we've only got 6 minutes, so, we'd have probably thought it would best to concentrate a little bit on education, and specifically in Jodie's role. Now, as someone that worked for a university, universities have been adopting the SDGs for quite a while, and now they have the Times Higher Education World Impact Rating System, so that allows universities to measure their SDG progress and obviously rate themselves against other universities around the world. But Jodie, what I'm really interested in is actually the advantages of integrating the SDGs into primary and secondary school education, which is not something that is widely used here in Australia.
No, well, I think it's paramount, Darren. And just to give you a little bit of background information. So I came across the SDGs when I was looking at the best way to align a pilot project to curriculum, but also how could we increase our sustainability impact, not just within our own internal community, but our neighbouring community as well. How could we best impact our space and our place? So I think that really incorporating the SDGs into the primary and the secondary education sector, it is really important, and I believe that the partnerships and innovation and empowering our young people to really get involved is what will really make the difference to building healthy, sustainable and vibrant communities. So the SDGs give us a global blueprint. It's like a call to action for creating a world that's more inclusive, it's more equitable, and of course it's more sustainable. Embedding the SDGs into curriculum, it's not just about raising awareness, it's actually empowering and activating our students to make a difference, to give them a voice. And it's all about teaching them to think critically, to act ethically, to innovate boldly, and understand that their everyday decisions and their actions really do have an impact on people and on the planet. So I think, Dawan, if we get this right, it's not just about global citizens. It's really giving young people a far deeper understanding and appreciation of what global citizenship really is. So we should be looking to have our young people as the leaders, as the innovators, and as the next generation who really will transform the world around them.
And how they can take that global citizenship back into their local communities, that mindset. Okay. As we know, partnerships can significantly advance the SDGs globally and locally by fostering collaboration amongst various stakeholders, including businesses, government, agencies, NGOs and communities. Now, Jodie, I know that you're a huge advocate for partnerships, so can you share your thoughts on why you believe Goal 17 is crucial in achieving the SDGs, particularly in your education?
Yes, thanks, Darwin. Well, goal number 17, it definitely is my favourite goal. No one sector can solve these global challenges alone. Partnerships allow for the co-design, the collaboration, the combining of ideas, different perspectives, different experiences, age levels, and most importantly, that collective intelligence that we can all gain by sitting around the table, working together and collaborating together. Trust and a shared sense of purpose is really, really critical, and also building that ecosystem, not working in silos. So true sustainability comes from collaboration at every level across every sector.
And may I add that these opportunities to connect and partner on specific projects like we have done can lead to a much longer partnership in ways that are only identified when we do work together for a common goal. Now, I was very honoured to be to connect with Professor Dr. Benno Werlen last year. Our conversation led to an invitation to become an ambassador for the Jena Declaration, a role I'm very invested in, and it's so wonderful to see these principles where the SDGs are recognised at a local level to help us create the guidelines that we need to have. And so I suggested that Jodie become an ambassador, as her exceptional skills actually complement what I do. So, and Benno thankfully agreed. So we have a shared value and a belief system which aligns perfectly with the 6 principles of the Jena Declaration. And our discussions now centre around collective ideas to localise the SDGs and align with the Jena Declaration, and identifying potential partners for the Jena Declaration and encourage organisations and individuals to become signatories. Would you like to add anything else in regards to the Jena Declaration?
Oh, well, thank you very much, Darwin, and thank you very much, Benno. I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to contribute to this global ecosystem and really encourage and inspire and empower others to get on board and really make a difference in their local communities.
Well, that's nearly our time up. In fact, I think I've gone a little bit over, sorry Martin. But for us, the Jena Declaration provides Jodie and myself that perfect platform to assist in raising the awareness, as we've just mentioned, in our respected communities and respective communities, and combining our skills, experience, networks to advance the SDGs at a local level. We'd like to thank Benno and Martin for this invitation and allowing us to be part of this conference, and we hope the discussion has helped you get to know us a little bit better and we look forward to engaging and working with you in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this was very interesting and enriching for our perspective. Our next ambassador, Anand Raju from India, is unfortunately not available due to his ministerial obligations. So therefore, we are now going forward to Rita Oyoku. She is our ambassador from Nigeria. And Rita, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your participation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Rita Oyoku. I am the ambassador for Jena Declaration, one of the greatest platforms on earth when it comes to sustainable development goals. Jena Declaration is a platform where reality is fulfilled under the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you. We might not have all the wealth to offer to leaders, to governments, to citizens globally, but we have the wisdom to make your desired vision and purpose under the 17 Sustainable Development Goals come to pass. I would say the world today needs solidarity and more sustainable solutions. Because what we face today, a lot of challenges, they are all still as old as mankind without solutions. Like illegal migration is as old as mankind, climate crisis, conflict, and more without solutions. So this joyful platform called the Jena Declaration under the Sustainable Development Goals is being human first. We work with all sectors, from government, leaders. We work with government. We do not work for government. Why we choose to work with government and people all over the world? Because of different policies around the world globally. Each time a leader comes in different policies and different topic, different things. These are the things that affect the world today. That's why we're still where we are today without solutions. Because if we're moving forward, a different leader is in power and change different policies regarding the climate, the problem we have in the world that is affecting the 17 Sustainable Development Goals today. That's why we're not moving forward from where we are. So also, I want to also use this opportunity to talk about my upcoming event, which is on illegal migration. Like I said earlier, as we all know, migration is as old as mankind without solution. The event is called Universal Elite Citizen. It's going to be a yearly program, and we're going to have it in Africa for the first time. We need everyone to be human first regarding this event. And we also need our mothers and women all over the world. Because when we lose our children, we feel the greater pains more. The sea is not for dying. In search of greener pastures, we lost children all over the world. So we call our mothers together to participate in this great event coming up before the end of this year. I want to also use this great opportunity to thank Professor Beno, the Club of Rome, and all the co-initiators of the greatest platform on earth, the Jena Declaration, where we stand to, we put humanity first, we put citizens first to enable us achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I think I don't really talk much. I just try to give out the solutions, because without you being human first, you cannot achieve anything. That's why we have the greatest platform on earth, the Jena Declaration. Thank you.
Yeah, Rita, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your engagement. And I would directly hand over to Peter Neal and Trisha Badger from the World Ocean Observatory. The World Ocean Observatory is an NGO and project partner of the Jena Declaration, founded by Peter Neal. And they are caring about the ocean, and especially about ocean literacy and ocean education. Because the ocean is not something that which with only importance for coastal regions, for example, but with a huge importance for everyone, because the ocean is a network that connects us all, and the sustainability of the ocean is of huge importance to reach a sustainable and joyful life. So, Peter Neal, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Well, if I was highly motivated, since I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning, staring at just the screen and listening to all these presentations. It's been fascinating. If I ever had any doubt about alliance between the Jena Declaration and World Ocean Observatory, this has certainly reassured me. I was drawn to their approach by virtue of its opposition to the normal, which is a kind of approach that is dictated by the UN and various structures and behaviors that, by their own estimation, at this point have not done a good job at essentially dealing with the major challenges, natural challenges, climate, for example, now characterized by the Secretary General as too little, too late. I just read a report this morning from a forthcoming meeting planning for the World Ocean Forum in Nice, in France, and the essential question of what's next and how do we do it differently remains unanswered. So I think that what we have been part of this morning is very much an answer. It has been a joyful experience to listen to your presentations today and to understand the many ways we can contextualize conservation sustainability with joy. Through action and cultural revitalization, arts and humanities, relation to personal well-being and community transformation, therapeutic approaches within families, even nation states, and the unity of these perspectives as a moral dimension through rationalism, emotion, behavior, and change. It's essential to understand the process of advocacy and transformation as a process of personal and collective fulfillment and of self-realization and the communal outcome of joyful engagement. That the Jena Declaration would dedicate a conference to this understanding is further demonstration of its unique approach to the coming together, as we have done today, of innovative ideas generated not as policy or didact imposed top-down, from authority above and away, but as motivated from the innumerable manifestations worldwide from the bottom up that are at one with nature, from which such ideas and ourselves are sprung. In my view, that nature is oceanic. The ocean as natural process interconnected at every level of social, financial, and political enterprise from all time is the focus for survival, and in that fact, the penultimate source for joy. If we despoil it, we demean ourselves. If we subvert its wisdom, we drown in our ignorance. Why would we choose such a plan? Why would we not pursue the fulsome advantage of its gifts of sustaining water, food, energy, exchange, solace, and nurturing solution? The ocean gives us so much. The projects described here by you today are evidence of diverse ingenuity, to be sure, but also of something much larger, of universal reciprocity, of our giving back with all the satisfaction derived from sustaining the commonality and generosity of nature. The ocean, as a locus for joy, connects all things. The World Ocean Observatory is grateful to be your partner. I give you joy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. That was a fantastic final statement. Joanne, are you still there? Joanne?
I just have to unmute. Yes, indeed, I'm still here.
Okay, wonderful.
I was very inspired by Peter's comments. Yeah.
Yeah. Joanne, would you start with your impressions of the whole day? I think we can continue for another 5 minutes or so, but a wrap up. Sure. What for you the most interesting or most touching or the most notable parts of the various statements we have could listen to and watching to?
Well, there's so much I could say, but I can be brief. If you would like me to say a few things in conclusion of this wonderful day. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Go ahead, and then I will put my
okay.
additional maybe thoughts on the other one at the end. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there is so much to say, Benno. So if I go past 4 minutes, cut me off.
Okay, I do that.
I'll be brief. I'm very capable of doing it. I think this morning I summed up what I had to say about the morning, and then coming back for the second and third parts of the program were so inspiring the whole day. And I so agree with Peter from the World Ocean Observatory. It was an uplifting conference. And this is what we need. And it's putting this element of joy into our work on sustainability that I think does lead us to being uplifted and encouraged to go forward, not put down by setbacks when we focus too much on the work of policy and rulemaking. That it's really up to us, people in all walks of life, to lead this movement forward and to arrive at the transformation that's needed. And we had so many positive expressions of how to do that today through creativity in the art. Just a few that I'll mention. Beyond those that we discussed this morning, creativity that came through as creativity, engagement, interconnectedness. These were repeated this afternoon when we spoke about, well, really about meditation and the benefits. Again, that theme of interconnectedness from India's largest environmental organization. How wonderful to be led through that pause. Maybe we can take a lesson from that. The 10-minute pause, a quiet moment, and thinking with gratitude about what nature brings us and how we fit into it. I like the question that was posed by several people this afternoon that said, we know what to do. We know what to do as individuals. We know what to do collectively. We just don't do it. And why is that? And so I think we have many ideas that were given to us today about that for inner sustainability and the behavioral shift that can come from mindfulness in each of us. We talked about culturalizing healthcare and how important that is, obviously, to bringing joy to these questions. Fundamentally, good health is the foundation of well-being. And some lessons we learned from those talk about bringing about positive health outcomes that support, for one, they have to be called, these interventions for health need to be culturally sensitive. Again and again, we return to this. They talked about inclusivity, having support from family and community, and the necessity in having good health, to feeling supported, whether physically or digitally. That support can come from many sources, and the feeling of not being alone, community mentorship, empowerment, and integrated care. All of these came forward as well. And then, of course, the session on indigenous communities and how important that is. I would say that we talked about the importance of recognizing, again, interconnectedness of humans to nature and what we can learn from indigenous communities about that, from and their passing of knowledge from one generation to the next, and that passage of knowledge which also leads to joy. And this in turn needs to be, I would say, must be respected. And I think that we could pause on that term of giving respect to indigenous knowledge both by policy and rule makers at every level, and how we've learned that failure to do so results in the kind of catastrophe described by Monsieur José in colonial India, and that continue, including, among others, anger, confusion, marginalization, all of these things that lead to poor management. Finally, the influence of Goethe shows the power of art. Again, we come back to this notion of the power of art on thought. I think that what I took away from part of that was that in order to attain the sustainable world that we all seek, we have to first be able to imagine it, to think it, to incorporate it into our philosophy, into our being. And it, as Goethe said in that analysis, the whole of the choir points to a secret law. I wish to happily hand you at once the disentangling word. Watch now and be transformed. I would say, may we all. I think what has come out of all these presentations and discussions is this: more or less what it will take for us to get it right. And because we can still get it right. I think that the joy that comes from living consciously, our interconnectedness with the natural world, is fundamentally the most important message to come out of the conference. And I'm sure we'll all take away from these many wonderful presentations and incorporate it into our work. I thank each of you. And of course, you, Professor Werlin and Martin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanne. I think I don't have to add much to what you said. In fact, nothing. But I have to say something, so I will say another, add a couple of thoughts and maybe observations and reflections that have been stimulated by these many presentations. I will address the second last presentation, where it came out what happens if we don't take local competent agents serious. We will have opposition to something that is meant to be good in the interest of all, but done by so-called specialists from the center, not giving attention what traditional knowledge is in dealing with culture, making nature and making nature as a healthy basis of living. So we have to take the knowledge of everyday agents in all parts of the world serious. And we have to take that serious, that we need an access to their cultural world, to respect that cultural world and use that insights for the benefit of all in that region and finally also globally. So in fact, that example is combined wonderfully with Reconnect with Culture, where children are having the opportunity to get in touch with the history of their place, what the people they are coming from did before they arrived on planet Earth, and how to give them access to drawings and to storytelling about local events in the past and so on. I think that's a wonderful access to valorize local knowledge in the cultural formation that is at hand. All the presentations taken together, I would say, what we saw is how important the concept in political science is called subsidiarity is. That means that people should be stimulated to engage for their own living conditions and not waiting until a government or a world government or national government is taken care of. And we have to reach that point, we have to take people serious in what they know, what they can, and to help them to implement that and give maybe also some support from scientific insights, or at least saying, okay, in general we know that things are this way, maybe we should take that in account, but not telling them from the beginning on that they nothing and that they are incompetent because they don't have a university degree or whatever. And I think the arts mentioned by Joanne is really an important point, because not only because they can add joy to what people are doing, but they can stimulate people to have a playful way to deal with sustainability issues and try and help to connect what we are seeing. Many people mentioned the necessity of solidarity, but to reach solidarity, it needs a trigger, and trigger could be joy to join some groups and to add, and maybe arts, singing and dancing and music and so on, are ways of connecting people in a joyful way and to make them think about certain things for a sustainable future. And so in this way we could maybe or hopefully reach a global movement of local agents. That would be the perfect way to reach sustainability in a cultural, sustained way and in a joyful way. I'm convinced that only things that are making people happy are sustainable on the long term, and not repression and not legal obligations and legal pressure. That's, I think, we should take out of this, or can take of all these presentations, and I hope that we can continue, that's the plan, to continue that somehow horizon scanning of local competences in the next conference planned for mid-November on Africa, the African Jena Declaration Conference. And we will have, as Rita mentioned it, also the plan to have a musical event on illegal migration, as she said, also hopefully before the end of the year. And there will be also an event on the 10th anniversary of the opening ceremony of the International Year of Global Understanding, that some was giving birth somehow to the Jena Declaration a couple of years after the end of the International Year of Global Landing 2016. So I think we have a couple of follow-up meetings and conferences, and if everything goes well, we also plan to install something like a Jena Declaration channel. That means that we will produce possibilities for Jena Declaration project partners to present themselves, to tell what they can offer, and to get a basis how these different project partners can connect among another, and to be a tool to bring this global movement of local competent agents forward. Thank you very much to all of you for participating today, especially Martin, of course, sitting next to me, who co-organized this thing together, but also all the presenters of the different sessions this morning. Joanne, who was giving us her night sleep, and of course,
Well worth it.
also Melba for her part, and so on. So thank you very much to all of you, and looking forward to the next meeting, and let's stay in touch and communicate how we can contribute to a joyful and happy future to as many people as possible on the planet. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.